On behalf of the Educational Research Lab at Princeton University, we would like to welcome you all to the second International Symposium on Educational Research ERL2022 under the title Global Transformation of Education and Learning Trends, Re-Evaluating Education in the Endemic World. Please, before we start, allow me to share some housekeeping to ensure a smooth session. For our respectful attendees, during the session, we welcome your questions to the speakers in the Q&A section, not in the chat box. Please be careful, not in the chat box. We will address your questions to the speaker at the end of the session. Share your comments about the conference on the Twitter account using the Symposium hashtag, PSUERL2022. The account and the hashtag, they are written for you in the chat box, as you can see now. For our respectful speaker, please note that I will inform you 5 minutes and 2 minutes before the end of the time. Our time is 10:30 to 11, so 5 minutes before. We need to allow 5 minutes for Q&A. I will show you a sign via my camera, and I will say it just very politely as a kind reminder for you. I will read for you the attendees' questions, and you can answer them live. That takes care of the housekeeping, and now, without further ado, I would like to introduce our speaker for this session, Professor Dipanjali Roy, Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology, India. She will give us a talk about peer-based pedagogy in teaching literature, pandemic, and beyond. For Professor Dipanjali Roy, she's working as an assistant professor in the Department of English School Language, Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology, India, which is the KIIT. It's deemed to be a university in India. She's also pursuing a PhD in the field of applied linguistics from the Department of English University of Calcutta, India. She's a recipient of scholarships from international organizations like US Embassy India, Erasmus Mundus, European Union. Ms. Roy has contributed to ELT and gender studies through her field-based research and articles in various international peer-reviewed prestigious journals. At present, she is co-editing a book on cross-linguistic interactions in travel spaces to be published by Abil Academic Press, Taylor and Francis, USA. Without adding more and more, the stage is your Professor Dipanjali. You can start. Professor Dipanjali, I think you are mute. Yes.
Good afternoon, Dr. Safa. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Ma'am, so may I start my presentation?
Yes, please do.
Okay, thank you. Is my screen visible?
Yes, we can see it. And go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, esteemed delegates. I'm Dipanjali Roy, Assistant Professor of English in the Department of, in the School of Language, KIT deemed to be University, India. My presentation is titled Peer-Based Pedagogy in Teaching English Literature, Pandemic and Beyond. It seeks to explore through a survey-based study among select Indian educators of English literature in the undergraduate course of studies, the nature of challenges they faced in designing peer-based activities for their classrooms in the COVID context, how they overcame such limitations by restructuring the pedagogy, and whether such pedagogic mutations are being followed or can be followed now that classes are back offline. The object of this research is not only to analyze the nature of the challenges faced by educators in designing peer-based pedagogies in teaching English literature, but also how such pedagogies can be designed in digital media so that it can contribute to an outcome-driven learning environment. With unprecedented technological advancements in the last few decades and foraging of technology in classrooms, the essential fabric of education has altered considerably. Farr and Murray, in their study conducted in 2016 on technology-enhanced teaching learning, point out how technology-enhanced practices have revolutionized the ways in which we learn and teach. A major revolution has been the reconceptualization of classrooms where digitally enabled or designed classrooms debunk the traditional idea of a fixed site of learning by envisioning a metamorphosis of the spatiotemporal infrastructure into a technospace. However, regrettably, as noted by most curriculum designers and theorists, this theoretical underpinning of digital education worldwide have failed to fully utilize the transformative potential of technology beyond qualitative change, and thus there is an urgent need to reassess the pedagogic principles and practices and reconstruct the curriculum in relation to the opportunities afforded by online technologies. This urgency of reevaluating the curriculum experienced an unforeseen acceleration by the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic. One of the biggest challenges faced by educators in such a situation was designing collaborative peer-based activities for students. Now, peer-based activities in a classroom invokes knowledge creation by a collaborative network of learners, where the role of the teacher is that of a facilitator. Peer-based pedagogy in online platforms not only involves the use of technology as a teaching platform, but also attempts to stimulate, the learning environment traditionally conceived as a physical space. Built on collaborative learning principles, online peer-based pedagogy involves the implementation of Web 2.0 that simulates a classroom environment in the form of discussion sessions and classroom lectures. Tools like Jamboard, Padlet, Quizlet, etc. are some of the digital tools that are being used rapidly and implemented in classrooms, not only of language classrooms, but also in other classrooms. This implementation is once again not only limited to schools, the school classrooms, but also in higher educational institutions. Now, here's a jam session that I had conducted for my undergraduate students taking the course on British literature, early 20th century, where, and this class was conducted during the COVID, during the, when the schools and colleges in India were in lockdown. So this class was conducted using the Google Jamboard, where this jam session, it was used as a simulated classroom situation where the opening discussion sessions on British literature in the early 20th century was conducted. As you can see here that students used the post-its which are available in the Google Jam session in the Jamboard to start the conversation. They were asked to prepare to have a few idea about the cultural context of Europe in the early 20th century, the kind of literature, the artistic and cultural movements which was prevalent in the early 20th century. And this was an opening session. And interestingly, this session was very well accepted, and the response among the students of undergraduate course. This class was taken for this course was attended by students of UG second year at that point in time. So it served here, the Google Jam session served as a platform to start a discussion, to have a collaborative space where the students could discuss ideas amongst themselves and with the facilitator. Now, the ease with which the digital tools can be implemented and incorporated in the classroom pedagogy of schools, or even let's say in language classrooms, it's not the same for classes at the postgraduate or undergraduate level in teaching English literature. Now, this is, this problem emerges from the fact that the course, the English literature as a course, is conducted mostly via lectures, seminars, critical analysis, and presentations. And due to the very nature of the course, having a history of implementation or facilitation through traditional linear lecture method, students are expected to take notes and participate in seminars and presentations. Proliferation of digital tools or experimentation with pedagogic practices have been relatively slower than, let's say, language classrooms. Now, despite challenges, more and more educators are probing the boundaries of teaching English literature in college and universities by designing innovative peer-based pedagogy, using platforms that can be integrated within class space, one that can effectively harness the creative and critical energies of the learners in co-creation of the knowledge. However, in the educational context of a country like India, the situation is further problematized by the economic and digital divide that stretches the contours of the nation. Digital learning in India epitomizes the subterranean agencies of politics and economics as it traces the journey of the nation through the post-independence debates around designing a curriculum that could forge a new national identity for India beyond its colonial history, to encountering the forces of globalization and economic liberalization in the 1990s. Educational practices attempted to strike a balance between the ethos of the past, the new present, and the future impact of globalization on the nation and subsequently the curriculum of the nation. As researchers have shown, owing to the intersection of the forces of globalization and subsequent growth of technology, there was a proliferation of employment opportunities centered on digital literacy and competence that led to the urgency of including technological tools in higher secondary and tertiary educational curricula. However, despite possibilities promised by online technology in education, digital learning in India has continued to remain an aid, a support system, a supplement to regular classroom teaching. One of the biggest reasons for this disjuncture of technological integration in classrooms is the digital divide in the nation, originating from marked economic disparities between rural and urban quarters of India, a disparity that became very prominent when schools, colleges, and universities were locked down due to the massive spread of coronavirus in the year 2020. Now, in India, with the announcement of nationwide lockdown from March 25, 2020, to combat the COVID crisis, all educational institutions were closed, with schools, colleges, and universities suddenly shifting their campuses to prevent contagion. There was a general sense of panic that percolated down to the highest stakeholders of the educational system to the lowest. With on-campus learning no longer an option, digital learning was deemed to be the only option available. Learning management systems like Microsoft Teams, Google Learning Management Systems, Zoom video calls, and Moodle started replacing the brick-and-mortar classrooms overnight. However, this overnight mutation in the mode of teaching was mostly restricted to the city-based and/or private-owned educational institutions, owing to intersecting discourses of nationwide economic and digital divide, and as I said, which was accentuated in this moment of crisis. Matter of private and public education across the country, and most significantly, the readiness of the existing curriculum to adapt to such changes. The central and the state government administration intervened at much later stage after the initial confusion and chaos had died down, by expecting teachers to conduct classes via WhatsApp groups and releasing free online, massive open online courses. However, the effectivity of such measures remained questionable due to the wide gap between theorization and practical implementation. The private-owned institutions, due to their readiness, were able to devise strategies for classroom much earlier, thereby bringing to light the wide gap that exists between private and public education. The academic administrators, educators, experimented possibilities and attempted pedagogic modifications to address learners mostly unfamiliar with such a system of study. Now, this observation recalls the central objective of the presentation: to explore the sustainability of the peer-based pedagogic practices explored during the COVID context. Now, for conducting for this presentation, I have used my study, which was conducted through interviews and a questionnaire-based survey conducted among select Indian educators of English literature in undergraduate course of studies. And it seeks to explore, as I said, the nature of challenges they faced in designing peer-based activities, how they overcame such limitations, the outcome of such pedagogic mutations, and finally, most significantly, the sustainability of such alterations. Now, for my study, I had selected 2 states from the eastern part of India, as I personally belong from West Bengal, and the place where I work in, the state where I work in, is Orissa. So I had chosen West Bengal and Orissa as my as the area of my research, and the respondents were, they were professors, they were assistant professors of English literature in the undergraduate course level. And the selection was basically based on the location of their institutes, that is the rural, suburban, or the urban quarters of the nation. The reason why a reason why such sampling was done was to determine the role of digital penetration in designing peer-based pedagogy. The method was by means of a questionnaire designed by Google Forms and interviews which were conducted both virtually as well as in person. The hypothesis of my study was that more than the nature of the course, which is the discursive nature of English literature, is a digital platform that serves as a major challenge in designing peer-based activities in undergraduate literature classes. Now, these are some of the data that has come up from my study, and as you can see, nearly 43% of the respondents were city-based, were working in city-based institutions, and they were familiar with handling digital tools, both in their personal life as well as in the academic sphere. Now, the reason why only 14.3% of respondents were from the rural area was, as I noted at the very beginning, because of the unfamiliarity, because of the lack of technological competence among the facilitators themselves. They were not comfortable in participating in a survey or which was conducted, via Google form. Now, this is definitely one of the point that I have kept in my study as well, which I have elaborated extensively. I have talked about extensively in my paper. Now, the next question, as you can see, that were the challenges grounded on the nature of the course or on the platform that was used? Interestingly, only 7.1% of the respondents, of the total number of respondents, they said it was because of the nature of the course that they found it very difficult to cope up with the changing situation, which was brought about, which was suddenly brought about, I must say, in the COVID context. But as you can see here, the percentage of respondents saying that it is because of the platform is way more. So this study, it helped me realize as to the role that the exposure to particular digital platforms, having the competence of implementing those platforms in the classrooms, that plays a major role. Now, the challenges that they said, this is once again a brief, this is a brief kind of study which was conducted. Like, this contains some of the ideas which were shared by the respondents, and one major point that came up time and again was that there is no face-to-face interaction possible as such. Certain activities that are based on group participations, it's very difficult to be executed on virtual platforms like Zoom or even Google Meet. And the major challenge was to ensure that everyone participated in such activities, keeping in mind that the students that are being addressed, they are not in a school level, but rather they are college level students. So designing an appropriate activity and engaging them in a virtual platform, that remains one of the major challenges. The second point is, of course, the lack of resources and communication from the students' end. So because, the institution may be located in the urban quarter, but the student might be located in the rural region where digital connectivity is not stable, let's say, it's not uninterrupted. So it becomes very difficult for the students to participate in the class activities. The third point, which is once again correlated with the second one, is a lack of students' interests in doing those activities. So to engage them in such activities, to have a clear rationale behind designing those activities and making them participate, that is one of the major challenges that they face. Then the physical absence, it caused a sense of alienation among the students, limited experience, and a major challenge that Indian classrooms often face is having a mixed classroom, a heterogeneous classroom with intense digital divide and resource access, which was kind of accentuated by the digital domain. Pairing activities with course outcomes were identified and aligned with cognitive skills targeted. So this was also one of the challenges that the teachers faced in aligning the course outcomes with the cognitive skills because of the changing platform. So one of the major skill that was targeted now was developing a digital competence, was having a technological competence, which comes up, which comes up in the pedagogy now. So that was definitely one of the challenges that was faced by the educators. Once again, as in the course of the interview, they said that this was how the challenges were overcome. So using more audiovisual aids to make the classes more interesting, encouraging students to speak more often, designing activities which can be done using limited internet accessibility, and designing creative activities like role plays, scripted recreations of textual portions. So say, for example, I will be showing you a sample work, which I used. But when I was teaching a course on T.S. Eliot's poem, the Love Song of J. Alfred Prufrock. So I asked the students in attending my session to recreate such portions of the poem and create a dialogue. So that beyond the textual knowledge, beyond the contextual knowledge as well, to target skills were application and creation of the knowledge. So what is easy to be done probably in a physical classroom, that was that became a little bit difficult when the students were located at their own home base in using digital divide. Using a digital device. So this was one of the challenges, but it was overcome by attending training sessions and having professional exposure to learn about how new digital tools are being used worldwide and how they can be implemented in classrooms. Well, since I don't have much time left, I would, yes, this was one work that I was talking about. So while I was facilitating a course on T.S. Eliot's poems, so this was a group activity. It was, students were paired in, students were made into groups of 3. So in a class of 25 students, this was an activity which was given. So 3 people per group, they were to make a digital poster using Canva or any other digital poster making tools, where they were given certain topic it addressed in shaping Eliot's poem. Not only designed the poster remotely, but also they presented it. So therein lies, these are the ways how we overcame such limitations. Now, the rationale and the outcome is that through the activity, the facilitator targeted the learners to be actively engaged in application of their ideas concerning critical analysis and ensuring an engagement of the students. Because interestingly, when the students they presented the poster, most of the work happened remotely. Like once the activity was posted in the Google Classroom, they took to creating WhatsApp groups where they brainstormed ideas and conceptualized the poster, and finally they presented it in the Google Meet. So technological competence going hand in hand with their own subject. Now, as for the sustainability, and this is the last point that I'm going to talk about, this the activity as well as certain other activities which are, which have been designed and which I have explored in detail in my paper. So it has been found that most facilitators who have been trained in implementing digital tools in literature classrooms are planning to explore the media as a supplement to regular classrooms. So here now the classes are offline, but I do conduct such activities in the online mode as well.
I can say I can see that some of the comments in the chat books, they are really thank you so much for your presentation. Now, without any further ado, I would like to introduce our speaker for this session. And in fact, we're lucky to have Miss Iman Mahmoud and Mrs. Iman Mahmoud and Mrs. Safia Al-Khatri from United Arab Emirates University, UAE. And for Mrs. Iman Mahmoud, she is a PhD student specialized in language and literacy education at United Arab Emirates University, UAE. She has a PA in English language and literature from the University of Jordan and an MA in English curriculum and instruction from UAE as well. Iman is a Google certified educator with a 14-year English language teaching experience at international schools in the UAE. Her research interests include language assessment and social emotional learning. For Mrs. Safia, she's a PhD student specialized in education at United Arab Emirates University as well. The presentation is under the title Writing Practice Post COVID-19, Exploring Third Grade English Teachers' Perceptions. The stage is our respected speaker. You can start.
Thank you so much, dear. Would you please share your screen, Safia? Thank you. Can you hear me well, everyone?
Yes.
Yes, Iman.
That's great. Thank you. Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Welcome to our presentation. First of all, we would like to thank Prince Sultan University and the ERL2022 conference for this opportunity, taking our presentation into this amazing conference. My name is Iman Mahmoud, and my partner Safia Al-Khatri are happy, next slide please Safia, to present our presentation on the writing. Safia, please move on to the next slide for the title, please. Yes, thank you. So again, my name is Iman Mahmoud and my partner Safia Al-Khatri are happy to present our presentation. As our moderator said, that we are PhD students. Our presentation is entitled Writing Practices Post-COVID-19, Exploring Third Grade English Teachers' Perceptions. So our presentation outline we'll start with introduction, of course. We'll cover part of the literature review due to time constraints, of course, and then we'll describe the methodology. The findings and themes will be shared with you as well. Then we'll move to discussion and analysis. Finally, we'll have recommendations and limitations. So starting with our introduction here, why we have chosen the topic of writing post-COVID-19. Of course, we all know like COVID-19 invaded our world like wildfire, and the shocking news of this COVID was unexpected and infused changes all over the world. And although it was quite challenging for both teachers and students to work on with such circumstances of distance learning and so on, education did not stop and continued to be provided. Of course, we're lucky here at the UAE that we have a very strong infrastructure to support this process. The hard time here offered many opportunities as well, as we could see like there was a positive parental and community involvement in children's education. It was much noticed during the pandemic. In the language learning concept specifically, receptive skills were favored over productive skills. We're talking about receptive skills of speaking and receptive of listening and reading more than productive skills of writing and speaking during the pandemic. Okay, next, please, Sophia. Okay, good. So the reason why we have chosen grade 3 in specific, because those learners are in a very critical stage of developmental skills. So they left school in grade 1 and joined distance learning or virtual learning for almost 18 months. They came back in grade 3 in this third grade. Usually in the normal situations, let's say, they were expected to start reading and writing independently and to start gaining more autonomous skills. Eventually, this has affected their readiness, foundations, and penmanship. And the new normal here, we have educators worldwide express their concern regarding the online learning after the students return to schools. Nowadays, the school typical day, which was actually how students physically returned to schools starting from the previous year, it was, thank you, the instructions were restricted due to some precautions, health precautions due to COVID-19. Next, please, Sophia. So actually, the writing skills where we all know that writing is a very challenging skill to second language learners, which is proved by many studies. And in online teaching and learning, writing was even more challenging. So actually, a recent 2021 study reported that writing scores, quality, fluency, and attitudes were all affected by the pandemic compared to students or peers tested the year before the pandemic started. Thus, COVID-19 in ESL or EFL setting, and particularly on writing instruction and practice in the UAE context, need to be investigated and addressed. We think that this study is significant. Yes, Sophia? Because it addresses a timely and much needed issue worldwide, increases teachers' awareness of possible solutions. It initiates the need of further studies in similar and wider contexts, motivates policymakers to modify and amend curricula in light of the current demands, and it contributes to the literature of writing instructional practices in ESL, EFL context in the UAE and the following region. So our research questions are the following: how third grade English teachers view their students' writing experiences before, during, and post COVID-19? What are the challenges in writing practices that third grade English teachers deal with after the physical return of those students to school? And what are the repair strategies that third grade English teachers use to mitigate the gap between online and face-to-face teaching of writing? And here, to gain more insight into the topic, Sophia will go over the literature review. After you, Sophia, dear.
Thank you, Iman, for introducing our study. So I will continue with the literature review. So, you know, like the writing are guided by either ESL and EFL approaches of writing. So in our case, they were like the product and the process writing. So for the product writing is traditional, systematic, and explicit approach, which focus more on the writing mechanism. So here is the emphasis more on the final product of writing and how students write with accuracy. And students are writing together at the same stage. So they all start together, for example, with planning, brainstorming, then they move to the drafting and finalizing their writing. So they are writing together, and they are giving a model text where they imitate. So they end up with very few error. So the advantages here is that the quality and the accuracy of writing is high because they are only trying to produce a similar one. However, when it's come to the process writing, it's the opposite. It's a recursive nonlinear process, because here students are writing at different stages of writing. Some of them are planning, some of them are brainstorming, drafting, while other, for example, are writing and finalizing. So each of them is working at their own pace. The other thing here, there is a lot of communication and interaction going on in the writing classes because they are working together. They're seeking the help of the teacher and classmate at the same time. Students are given opportunity to choose their writing topic and to write for their audience. And they are writing in a collaborative and supportive environment where they are receiving feedback and help from their classmate and teacher. And at the same time, writing tasks are short, simple, and clear. And they are writing not only like the writing skills and strategy, but at the same time, they are enhancing their other collaborative and social skills. And the theory that guided our study was the affordance theory. So this one, this theory is like highlighted the unusual situation. So in our case, it was COVID-19 and how it's affected by the changes in the environment. So this theory addressed how aspects of learnings like learner autonomy, language transfer, and language learnings are influenced during the pandemic. And these aspects only are important not only for the language learning, but the writing itself. So this theory is highlighted how the COVID influenced these aspects in how individuals themselves like react to the COVID like differently, and how it's influenced their learning. And we can see like not only the physical settings influence the learning, but also the social settings. So in our case, we saw like when many schools were in the lockdown, like either totally locked down or partially, and how the physical and social settings influence the students' learning. And we know writing is not only difficult for the non-native speaker of English, but it's also difficult for the native speaker themselves. In order to write, students need to have like advanced levels of mastery. Otherwise, they will end up struggling in writing and it's become challenging for them. And some of the challenges that were reported by students were like when they search for idea and they look for appropriate vocabulary, and when they distinguish between expression, grammatical styles, and actuals. So these like were the challenges they face when they try to write. And I already mentioned like how the education system was influenced during the pandemic and resulted in the social and physical distance. And as a solution, many education systems around the world went for the online teaching, which is emphasized on receptive skills, as Iman said, more than the productive skill. So writing like wasn't addressed that much during the online learning. And some of the challenges that ESL teacher faced during the pandemic were like it was difficult for them to adapt to online learning completely. They used to the face-to-face teaching, now they are teaching online, so it's kind of new experiences for most of them. And students' participation was different. Some of them were participating, other they weren't, and teacher felt like they are talking to the screen and they weren't sure if the students were paying attention or not. And it was difficult for them to decide on which assessment method and strategy to use to assess student online, and how to manage classes, especially like for those who are, for example, opening the mic, talking out of their turn, and so on. And some of them face like the technical issues. Now, Iman will take you through the methodology section.
Thank you, dear Safia. So for our methodology, the study has a qualitative design. We followed a case study in the context of UAE, the Emirate of Abu Dhabi, specifically in a major city, which is Al Ain. We targeted Cycle 1 schools. For the specific schools, we chose 2 Ministry of Education schools, 1 public following the Emirate school establishment system, and 1 private school. This was conducted in the first term during the academic year of 2021-2022, last year. And the participants were 5 female English language teachers of grade 3. Of course, we chose those pseudonyms for them to facilitate quoting and analysis later on. We will see their profiles in a while. And then for the ethical considerations, we had our informed consent form. Participants read, approved, and understood the study before they participate. Validity and reliability guidelines were followed, and we have gained UAEU ethical clearance approval under this number. Next, Safia. Because our study is qualitative, we have a semi-structured interview as a tool. We had a purposeful sample. We have strict inclusion criteria that we had 5 teachers taught grade 3 before, during, and post-COVID-19 to make sure that they give proper information. The sample was convenient as well, that was reachable by both researchers and the 2 schools. For validity, a jury of 1 university instructor and 2 PhD students read, revised, and approved the tool for credibility and content validity. For reliability, we have piloted the tool first over 1 interviewee before the actual interviews started, which helped us in trustworthiness and to modify type of follow-up questions that are expected to follow. For data collection, we have used first an online Google Forms form to collect demographic information. There was a question actually as well asking participants on their preferable mode of interviews. So the 5 participants actually chose to be interviewed face-to-face over an online interview. So they were individually interviews, those 5 participants. For data analysis, we first presented the data in a narrative form since they follow a chronological order, and then they were analyzed into themes. We can see here the participants' demographic information, all qualified in education, 1 with diploma, 2 with master's, and 2 with bachelor in education. Next, Safia, please. So now Safia will walk you through the findings to zoom into those 5 themes. Let's go, Safia.
Thank you, Iman. So I will take you through the findings of the study. They are presented in themes. So the first theme is natural unfolding of writing experiences. So here's we are talking about before COVID. So writing was taught in stages according to the teacher with enough time, and students have opportunity to receive feedback. And they were working on the planning, brainstorming, mind mapping, drafting, editing, and writing. And it was helpful for them because they were physically in the classes holding the pencil. So they were practicing pencil grip, especially for younger learners. And at the same time, they were enhancing their eye-hand coordination because they were writing like online between lines. The second theme is about the dilemma of virtual writing. So here we are talking about writing like during the pandemic. So most of the students didn't do the task according to the teachers. Like teacher believe they were students at home, like they were receiving help from their parents, because at that time students were fully learning from home and it was online. and parents were attending classes as well with the students. So they were providing a lot of support to their kids. So some of them, like even they were writing on behalf of their children because of the marks and other things. At the same time, some of the students didn't receive support at all, especially those like whose parents like were working. So we can see either they receive full support or they receive no support. Both of the situation couldn't help a student because they didn't improve their vocabulary or improve even their spelling and writing in general. Moving to the third theme, which is writing in the post-COVID era, the new normal. So here students are back to the schools. They are physically returned. It's like the post-COVID. And according to the teacher, students found it difficult to write because they didn't have that patience to stay in writing longer and write sentences and paragraph. They did a lot of mistakes and they forgot the basic things of writing, even like how to start with capital, key finger space, and end with full stop. The fourth themes is about the shocking new reality of writing. So here's teachers talked about the challenges that they faced when they started teaching students writing again. So they felt as if they are teaching students writing from the beginning. Like they didn't learn at all. It was their first time learning writing. So they went back to teach them rules of writing. And some of the teachers said the student couldn't write even like 3-letter words. And it was difficult for them to pronounce and write at the same time, as if they missed the basic things of writing. The last theme is the bridging the gap, the remedy phase. So here it's teachers are talking about the next step, what's next. So all of them agree that they need to go back to the basic and they need to practice writing over and over. So daily practice is the key. And they thought of making writing activity interesting for a student because now they are back and they found writing difficult. So if it's interesting, at least that will help them to stay in the writing task and practice their writing. And one of the teachers said, like, she made it a routine to practice writing daily at the beginning of the lesson for 5 minutes, and to help the students to use like one of the activity, which is about sentence building, where they start with capital, keep a space, and end with full stop. So the more they write, that will help them to catch up with what they have missed. Now, Iman will take you through the discussion section.
Thank you, dear Sophia. So actually, according to the most important points we will discuss quickly here, that we found that there is a lack of most of the writing skills, whether basic or advanced. Even that participants noted that students needed help with holding the pencil, tracing letters, writing simple words, matching letters with sounds, their inability to form simple sentences, and impatience to work over, like to write a full paragraph. So the writing in ESL or EFL setting was usually perceived as challenging, but now it is even more like challenging, and it became worse than this in the stats. Okay. So linking this to the affordance theory, the new situation caused by COVID-19, the environment have really affected the norm of teaching second language. Next, Sophia. So we noticed that one participant, Fatma, said that the students felt crippled in terms of writing, that they couldn't move on well, which needed intense attention. Now, teachers found it more convenient to make students copy responses to questions, repeat words for spelling, which is similar to product writing. So teachers chose product writing in such situations over process writing because at a point they cared about what should be done more than how it should be done. So writing was no more viewed like a creative skill. Traditional methods were followed during virtual teaching. We have one participant who said, like, my online writing was a bit, the writing process was thrown out the window. Next, Sophia, please. you have already discussed not being interested in writing and talking about interesting methods to improve writing. So here, during online learning, some students were supported at home and some were not supported or supervised at all. As Sophia said, both ways did not help students. It should be something in moderation. So most participants, one very important point that we noticed here, that most participants did not separate online teaching challenges when they were teaching during COVID-19 from the current situation, which highlighted a gap. In fact, such a link emphasizes the significant effect of being disconnected for such a long time. And actually, the teachers did not clarify this, we thought, for one of those two reasons or for both. That teachers could not like explain or show how they were teaching. They were not sure about their pedagogical practices during online learning, and it could be another reason that they were immersed by the current situation and the great challenges they have. So this validates many of the recommendations we will have in a while with Sophia. So finally, it's evident that the issues caused by the abrupt lockdown persist for teachers and students alike, especially for cultural, critical educational stages like this one. Those 18 months were very challenging to teachers and students, especially in this foundational stage. So many implications should be elicited from the study. And here you go, Sophia.
Thank you, Iman. So here are recommendations of our study. First, we recommend English language teachers to implement remedial strategy to bridge the gap of writing, instruction, and practice, and help a student to catch up with what they have missed during the pandemic. Second, we recommend English language curriculum to be modified and include basic language lesson, like back to the basic. As I said, to help students to catch up with the skills that they missed during the pandemic. Third, a need assessment should be conducted at the beginning of the academic year in all grade level, which will help teachers to highlight the area of focus and to put a remedial plan according to that and help students. Fourth, following SMART goal with simple, reachable, and constant step can help students. That means like there should be consistency and regular exposure to writing instruction and practice in the classes. As I said earlier, for example, there should be a writing routine, 5 minutes of writing in every class, and that will be really grateful to the students. Finally, further research needs to be carried out, a similar study but on a large scales to gain deep insight into English teacher view on writing instruction and practice. Such a study will help us to have insight about the topic, but from a broader perspective. And here are the limitation of our study. One of the limitation, teacher responses were not that comprehensive, although it was said to them like the data will be used only for the study purposes. And the second limitation was the study only used a semi-structured interview as a data collection tool. Triangulation of data would help us to have a more valid and representative finding. And these are some of the references that we use for our presentation. And thank you so much for attending our presentation. Please feel free to contact us through our emails.
Thank you so much for that wonderful and highly informative presentation regarding a very important element within pedagogy, which is the writing skill. I think it's a big challenge for all of the educators when it comes to writing, whether if it's the pre-university or the university level, we're still suffering from this. We can speak a lot, but when it comes to writing, it's a big challenge for all of us. Now, without any further ado, I would like to introduce our presenter. We're lucky to have two presenters for this session, mashallah. we have Ms. Fajr bin Rashid from United Arab Emirates University, and Ms. Tasneem Hassan, Australian University in Kuwait. The title of the presentation is Re-evaluating Teachers' Repair Strategies in the Online Pandemic Era. Please, the stage is yours. You can start your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much for that introduction. Fajr is here as well. She's sharing her screen, so hopefully you can all see it. Okay, all right. Shall I just begin, Fajr? Are we ready?
Yes, we are. Go ahead, dear.
Okay, perfect. All right. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. The purpose of this presentation is to discuss and shed light on a small case study that Fajr and I worked on last year to observe an instructor's repair strategies in a higher education institution within Kuwait. If you could, yes, this is the slide. In the third section of this presentation, I will be discussing in more details the methodology that we used and how we went about with the data collection. But to start with, I'm going to be discussing output to understand repair strategies. We need to understand the importance of learner output, and the two are, of course, interconnected. So here we go. The term output is used in SLA research to refer to the act of producing language through writing and or speaking as part of the SLA process. Now, Swain argues that the learner output has a role in pushing learners to process language more deeply and with more mental effort than does input. And sometimes under some conditions, output facilitates second language learning in ways that are different from or even enhance those of outputs, or sorry, of those of input. So Izumi writes that the greater learning evidenced by the output subjects suggests that output triggers deeper, more elaborate processing of the form, which leads them to establish a more durable memory trace. So learners can basically therefore assume autonomous and more active roles in second language acquisition through producing the target language when using outputs. So Fajr is now going to go ahead and discuss the literature review for this section.
Thank you, Tasneem. So I'm going to start the literature review by saying that Swain's learner output hypothesis came in response to Krashen's comprehensible input hypothesis. Krashen's CI hypothesis postulates that when learners primarily focus on the extraction of meaning from comprehensible input, they can significantly progress without the need for explicit knowledge, grammar instruction, or error correction. When Swain introduced comprehensible output, she claimed that when L2 learners comprehend input, it doesn't mean that they grasped its morphosyntax. In light of this, Swain writes, and I quote her, while comprehensible input and the concomitant emphasis on interaction in which meaning is negotiated is essential, its impact on grammatical development has been overstated, end of quote. Swain therefore asserts the need to look beyond input comprehension, as the focus on input often overlooks other interactional aspects that are argued to have equally significant implications on second language acquisition. If I were to say this in other words, I would say learners should organize their output grammatically if they want to participate in extended discourse with other intellectors. In addition, Swain posits, and I quote, output may stimulate learners to move from the semantic, open-ended, non-deterministic strategic processing prevalent in comprehension to the complete grammatical processing needed for accurate production, end of quote. Swain's hypothesis is argued to have developed, or if I were to use Shahada's words, refined, through proposing three different functions of learner output in SLA. Before I move on to discuss those three different functions, I want to give a shout out to Dr. Ali Shahada, who's in attendance today, a shout out to an amazing professor and a scholar who I was, privileged enough to be a student of during my PhD journey. So let's move on. So the different functions of learner output are noticing or triggering, hypothesis testing, and the metalinguistic function. Dr. Shahada writes, and I quote, noticing pushes them, or the learners, to consciously reprocess their performance in order to produce modified output. This process, it was argued, triggers mental processes that may be implicated in language learning, end of quote. Producing output can also indicate that learners have formulated and tested a hypothesis. Shahada explains, and I quote, specifically, she, Swain, investigated how dialogue as a joint activity enables learners to verbalize and test out their hypothesis about the target language. However, Shahada reminds his readers that whether learner output helps with L2 learning or not is yet to be answered. For instance, his 2003 study contends that since there are unobservable hypothesis testing processes, it becomes challenging to decide how much of the learner's output contains confirmed hypotheses or ongoing testing of hypotheses. Shahada, in light of this, explains, and I quote, there are situations in which learner hypotheses go unchallenged, even when they are explicitly tested out and deviating from the TL norms. These include when interlectors, native speakers in particular, do not provide negative evidence or corrective feedback, as shown by the study, or when the interlector is unable to provide corrective feedback, as in the case of a non-native speaker peer, end of quote. Finally, Swain argues that output has a metalinguistic purpose as it enables learners to reflect as well as, and I quote, control and internalize linguistic knowledge, end of quote. In other words, through noticing their problems, the learners are able to reflect on their output. Through ethno-methodologically examining the process of non-native speaker interlanguage modification toward better comprehensibility, Casper focused on the distribution of repair patterns, like what you see in front of you now. That includes self-initiated and self-completed repair, other initiated and self-completed repair, self-initiated and other completed repair, and other initiated and other completed repair. Such repair strategies were referred to by Casper as repairs triggered by a trouble source, which are found to be consistent with the terminology of Shegloff and colleagues. For the sake of time, I'm not going to go through all of these examples, but if I were to divert your attention to the first one, you can see that the learner in this example was initiated the mistake and then was able to repair it, him or herself. So the learner in the example says, when he does this. So as you can see, the learner initiated the actual mistake and then was able to repair it without the assistance of a peer or a teacher. Shahada's coined the term modifying comprehensible output to refer to the non-native speaker's ability to modify their interlanguage in response to self-initiation, other initiation in both native speaker and non-native speaker, and non-native speaker and non-native speaker interactions on two communication tasks. They were picture dictation and opinion exchange. Negotiated interaction has therefore been argued to have a significant role in producing comprehensible output through interaction. In light of this, Shahada writes, and I quote, it is through the negotiation of meaning that both learners and their interlectors work together to provide comprehensible input and produce comprehensible output, end of quote. For instance, learners can achieve comprehensibility by repeating and rephrasing language with their conversational partners through negotiation. Similarly, Liu and Shu explore the significance of maximizing the benefits of classroom interaction. They argue that having the awareness about the role of classroom interaction in enhancing the learning process helps teachers become cognizant about how much control is needed through the lesson and at what point they need to let go to have their students take over during the learning. Such awareness should extend to cover class instructors' awareness about the implications of negative feedback, like I've explained earlier. For instance, McDonough's study, which was done in 2005, explores the impact of negative feedback and learners' responses on question development as part of English language acquisition. And it posits that in response to negative feedback, learners who engage in self-corrected or modified output show more development in their use of the target structure than those exposed to input or negative feedback with no opportunity to self-correct. In light of this, I reference McDonough, and I quote, although the negative feedback variables were not predictive of ESL question development, clarification requests were positively correlated with both ESL question development and modified output. This suggests that clarification requests play an indirect rather than direct role in ESL question development by facilitating the production of modified output, end of quote. This, in fact, empirically supports the output hypothesis advanced by Swain, as well as reinforces claims for an association between modified output and ESL question development in McDonough's study. Now, in light of the theme of this conference, Tasneem and I wanted to also examine repair strategies under the umbrella of online teaching and learning. In an online setting, technical issues arise, often causing the concerned parties not hear or comprehend one another. And I'm sure that a lot of you can actually relate to this. Moreover, resolving issues like audible errors or mistakes is known as a repair in conversation analysis. Earnshaw posits, and I quote, "These repairs can seem somewhat seamless to us in the conversation because we have learned at a very young age that there are norms or rules for how to engage in conversation and deal with a communication breakdown," end of quote. Interestingly, the same initiation practice is found in chat rooms in online classes. Although it is done rarely, some students are found to address technical issues like dysfunctional microphones as an example for initiating troubleshooting. Other initiated self-repair was noted to be the most frequent type of repair, followed by self-initiated self-repair in chat rooms in Schoenfeld and Golato's 2003 study, which explored the impacts of the specifics of used mediums, web chats, or ordinary conversation on how repair is organized. Tasneem, I'm going to leave the floor to you now to discuss data collection and analysis.
Thank you. So our small-scale qualitative study took place at a mid-sized college in Kuwait, where the college adopts English as the only language of delivery in its Foundation English, Diploma, and Bachelor programs. So in the Foundation English program, the college offers 3 different levels. So there's intensive level 1 English, and you can see the IELTS score there. There's common level 1 English, and then there's an ESP level 2 English. Now, ESP level 2 English has 2 streams. They've got business English and also engineering English as well. So the data collection procedure took 3 weeks in the online spring semester of 2021. And each session lasted a total of 50 minutes, and it was delivered on Microsoft Teams. And thank you, Fedra. So now moving on to discuss our study participants. To examine the repair strategies in an online setting, 26 participants ranging in age from 18 to 32 years old were selected. There was 1 native speaker of English, a female instructor, and 25 non-native speakers of English, 12 males and 13 females. So interestingly, while the native speaking participant is a Kuwaiti citizen, she epitomizes the native speaker model in light of her study history at a private British school in Kuwait. And many of you attending here today may feel the same way that she does, regardless of your native background. So it's a great area that I believe requires more in-depth study, and this is definitely something that we can address later in the Q&A, hopefully. I should also note that all the non-native speaking participants in the study represent the same L1 background, being Kuwaiti, and all attended government schooling. Furthermore, the concerned students were enrolled in a level 1 intensive section where they received a total of 25 hours of Foundation English, which covers writing, reading, listening, speaking, and transferable academic skills over the duration of 5 days a week. It's quite intense, hence the word, or hence the name, intensive. So moving on to the data collection tools. As mentioned earlier, a qualitative methodology was employed through the use of classroom observations. Then there was an interview that tackled 9 questions, and this was conducted with the concerned class instructor. And finally, a written reflection was sent to us by the instructor, comparing teaching online from teaching online from home to teaching from campus. Next slide, please, Fedra. Thank you. To the data collection procedure, we were basically given access by the class instructor, and we observed 4 50-minute recorded online sessions. As mentioned, they were recorded in March 2021. This was, of course, during the adverse implications of the coronavirus pandemic within the education sector in Kuwait. Now, observational field notes were collected from each session, and we later had follow-up meetings, and self-initiated as well as other initiated examples from the recorded sessions were gathered. So in the interview, the class instructor was able to retrospectively reflect on her teaching in general and on to the extent to which teaching practice might or might not encourage the use of diverse repair strategies in particular. Furthermore, we requested a written reflection to document her experience of teaching online from campus in the following fall semester, which marked the start of Kuwait's gradual lifting of the corona-related restrictions on the education sector. So Fajr will now go ahead and discuss the data analysis and research findings.
Thank you, dear Tasneem. So I'm not going to dwell so much on analysis for the sake of time. So I'm going to say that since Tasneem and I obtained multiple forms of qualitative data, we sorted the data via codes, and we finally compared and related among code labels to eventually turn the data that we received into themes. So moving on to research findings, this section of the presentation illustrates the findings of our collective field observational notes. Overall, the class instructor's approach to repair mainly included examples of other completed repair strategies, with the exception of one noted self-initiated, self-completed strategy example in session 2, as you can see in front of you. If you look at the first example here, you will note that the error was both initiated and repaired by the instructor without allowing the learner an opportunity to self-correct. So if I were to act this out, the instructor says, "What do you say in the conclusion?" The learner says, "Advices." And then the instructor, while stressing the right morphological form through intonation, says, "Advice." Yes, but the learner remains quiet. Let's move on. As you can see, it was mostly what we observed was mostly other initiated, other completed repair strategies done by the instructor. In a post-observation interview, like what Tasneem has mentioned, the class instructor explained the rationale for predominantly utilizing the other initiated, other completed repair strategy by positing, and I quote, and Tasneem and I thought it was very fitting to include that specific example since we're in a symposium now. The instructor says, "I remember someone once told me at a teaching conference that the best way to make students aware of their mistakes is by repeating it yourself and not telling them to their face that they made a particular mistake." So they would repeat their sentence using correct grammar and correct pronunciation, for instance, and not telling them, "Well, in the student name, you didn't say that correctly." With regard to students' perceptions of repair, the class instructor explained that she sometimes favors not treating student errors as not to embarrass them, which is the second theme. However, she stressed the significance of treating mistakes, especially if they affected communication. And if I were to read a snippet of what she said in the interview, she says, if it was something like cases and causes, I feel like I do have to mention it, even if it's not at the same time, because the two are very different words. Like Tasneem has mentioned, we requested the written reflection to document her experience of teaching online from campus in the following fall semester. Initially, the instructor thought there would be no difference between teaching online on campus to teaching online from home, and assumed that online teaching and learning was a convenient escape from the formalities of the classroom. However, she soon found out that technical difficulties, such as the absence of cameras and microphones from classroom computers, were extremely inconvenient and required her to resort to teaching from her office desk. This resulted in limited privacy, as you all know, as well as distractions, especially that her office space in the English department in that university is an open one. The instructor acknowledged that teaching online from campus requires a specific, and I quote, setup where the rooms are an appropriate site to avoid echoing and where technical difficulties such as internet connection are permanently available, end of quote. Overall, the participant favors delivering online lessons in the comfort of her home with a reliable internet and technology. I'm going to leave you with Tasneem to discuss or to go over our discussion.
Okay, so for the sake of time, I might not go through all of these examples, but I will do the first one. One significant finding that was related to the predominant other initiated, other completed repair. And as Fedra mentioned, there was a significant lack and rarity in utilizing other repair strategies. For example, the phonetic example from session 2 demonstrates a phonetic type of modification where the class instructor modifies the word cases to causes when repeating a student's statement in the correct form. Now, the student remains quiet after this repair, as Fedra mentioned with the previous example, and doesn't acknowledge nor repeat the correct pronunciation of the word, which highlights, we feel, a missed opportunity for the student to autonomously attempt the repair before the instructor's, before her interjection. Repeating students' mistakes in the correct form after the student has uttered them was a consistent strategy used by the instructor throughout the 4 observed sessions. And this was recognized by the teacher, who later in the interview said that that would be my predominant strategy after being encouraged by advice she received at a teaching conference. So immediately repeating students' mistakes in the correct form has serious pedagogical implications. This is because error correction and repair strategies should be organized to allow self-correction before peer correction and peer correction before teacher correction in order to have the optimal benefit for SLA. Now, due to time, I think we should just go ahead and mention that immediately repairing or correcting learners' utterances without employing at least indirect correction or other strategies that would allow the learners to attempt the repair is believed to influence how learners behave, react to, and employ repairs accordingly. So what's interesting to note here is that in the interview, the instructor found that online teaching was not a hindrance for having influenced the repair process in her class and was instead viewed quite positively. So in conclusion, I think it's recommended that class instructors attempt repairing errors before mistakes, because while errors are believed to connote a lack of linguistic knowledge, mistakes are usually accidental and can be immediately corrected by the learner. So more importantly, instructors are encouraged to provide opportunities for learners to engage in self-corrected or modified output. As such, engagement shows more development in the use of their target language. So thank you everyone for listening. We'd like to just open up the Q&A if that's possible. So please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Faj and Ms. Tasneem, for this wonderful, informative, very rich presentation. I think your study is having a great influence within the research, because when it comes to errors, it's a hectic element, in fact. Now, without any further ado, I'd like to introduce our presenter for this session, and it's a poster session under the title Addressing the Students' Alternative Conceptions in Kinetic Particle Theory, KPT, through 7E Instructional Model. Our presenters are Ms. Christina Ayungwa and Professor Rona Len Abinjoya. Hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, pardon me. The National Teachers College in Philippines. The session starts 12:15 and ends 12:30, 12:25 to give our students time. Let me give you a hint about Ms. Christina. She graduated from New Era University with a degree of Bachelor in Secondary Education, major in General Sciences. She received her master's degree in Science Education from National Teachers College. Currently, she is the head of the Basic Education Unit of AMA University Online Education Department. For Professor Rona, she's the head of the Research and Publications of the National Teachers College and a part-time faculty member of the Graduate School of Teacher Education of the same college. Now, please join me and join our respectful presenter. The stage is here. You can start now. Please, could you unmute yourself, please? Okay.
Hello, ma'am. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Dr. Safa. Thank you for inviting me this morning and to present my paper. My name is Maria Cristina Ayungao, and in behalf of Ms. Ronaline Abenoja Federizo, I will be presenting our poster presentation entitled Addressing Students' Alternative Conceptions in Kinetic Particle Theory. So a significant amount of research has been conducted concerning students' notions of sciences, ranging from biological science and physical sciences. Until recently, few studies had been put through about the standing of students' comprehension in some topics in chemistry. In particular, students have the naive view about matter, and they have a hard time imagining space. So for them, seeing is believing. So therefore, they have misconceptions or what you call alternative conceptions about matter, which results them to have low scientific understanding. Based on the research of Trey August, he stated that in few educational systems worldwide, concepts in kinetic particle theory are principal components for the primary and secondary sciences, containing a broad range of fundamental concepts such as matter, energy, atom, and volume. So this topic holds an essential part of understanding variety of phenomenon, which makes it prominent and challenging for students. Excuse me, it is included in and presented in spiral progression in our curriculum. Therefore, these key concepts, which are based on the literature gathered by IAS, is believed to be the standard and the most accurate scientific ideas regarding the particular or particulate nature of matter that is needed to be understood scientifically. So the basis of our study, excuse me, I'll just have to adjust there. The basis of our study there is the conceptual change model of learning. So in here, it is essential to primarily identify a learner's cognitive environment and to check if there are alternative conceptions. So we may generate the 7E learning model to generate the inconvenience with the learner's existing ideas. So it can be in science or it can be in any other subjects. But in here in particular, we use this for science. Also, it can be used to increase exponentially the likelihood of producing a conceptual change and maximize scientific understanding. So in order to maximize those two, scientific understanding and to generate conceptual change, there should be a bridging, and that has to be two sections, namely the revision or the changing of changing a piece of existing knowledge, and the initial plausibility, which means the possibility of compromising an old and new concept. And for our method, so this is a quasi-experimental research, a one group pretest and post-test, and it is fitting that our research participants are the grade 12 STEM students. Okay. As for the research instruments, we use the kinetic particle theory test, which comprise of the 3-tier multiple choice test, a phenomenon, a reason, and a confidence part. And then we have the attitudinal test, which is used to measure the students' experience of their unlearning and relearning of concepts. And as for the procedure there, just to give you a brief view of how scientific understanding is measured. So since we have the test, we have the tier 1 for the phenomenon and the tier 2 for the reason. If a student got those 2 correct in an item, therefore they are considered as a full scientific understanding, with full scientific understanding. If it's just either of the tier has correct answer, therefore that's considered as partial scientific understanding. And if it both of the item or both of the phenomenon and reason is 0. Therefore, there is no scientific understanding for that particular item or question. So here are the results. So as you can see, for the pretest, our students, the grade 12 students, have a lot of alternative conceptions when it comes to the kinetic particle theory or about matter in chemistry. Just to give you a summary, I'll give you an example about science. So it is about this item. It is expected for our grade 12 students to have this, to be more proficient in chemistry, but unfortunately, they were not able to have that during the pretest. So for example, about 60% of the students believe that since ice is solid, so is its molecules, and water molecules are liquid because water is also liquid. So based on that question alone, we have 57% of the class which has a partial scientific understanding of the topic, and unfortunately, full scientific understanding of the topic did not manifest. However, after the intervention of the 7E, as you can see here, the total frequency, which means the number of students, okay, before and after the intervention. So in each topic, the number of full scientific understanding is really less compared to partial and no scientific understanding. But after the intervention, there is an increase in the number of students with full scientific understanding and the lower number of students with no scientific understanding for a particular topic. So just to leave you with this summary of the findings. So despite of the trend, which is having a positive change, whether increase or decrease, that was observed for the levels before and after the intervention or the 7E intervention, no statistical significant difference manifested, which is in contrast with other studies. However, the statistics can confidently tell that the change was not due to chance. And from a perspective of science teachers such as me, reducing the existence of the alternative conceptions among students about the topics in science is considered to be an immense improvement. So pursuing those small improvements one at a time is better, because we surely know that there is an effect to our students. That will be all for my poster presentation. And here are my references as well.
Thank you so much. You're so punctual. You stuck to the time. Now we have 5 minutes, but really it was very informative and enlightening. And the way you designed the poster seems very nice. Inshallah, it covers all the data that you need to share with your audience. Without any further ado, please, I'd like to introduce our speaker for this session, Ms. Mashal Javed, University of Sahawail in Pakistan. Hope I'm pronouncing it the right way. The title of her presentation is Improving Speaking Skills through Technology in an English as a Foreign Language EFL classroom at the secondary level in Pakistan. Ms. Mashal is a student at the University of Sahawail. She's doing BS in English and currently in her final year at university. She has done a digital marketing course from the NAVTTC, which is the National Vocational and Technical Training Commission. Also, she has been doing contact writing for the past few months and working on website making. She has done various projects for clients. Her GPA throughout her academic career is, inshallah, 3.37. Now, the stage is here, Ms. Mashal. We can start the presentation.
I am pleased to be here. Thanks for having me.
Ms. Mashal?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, your voice is not clear.
Clear now? Is it clear now?
It's laggy.
My name is Mishal Javed.
Okay, it's fine now.
Okay. I am pleased to be here. Thanks for having me. Today, my topic is improving speaking skills through technology in an English as foreign language at EFL secondary level in Pakistan. Okay, first of all, we will talk about objectives of our research. This research discusses how modern technologies can be used to help improve students' speaking skills at secondary level. The use of technology in an English as foreign language EFL classroom has been shown to have positive impact on language learning. Like by this method, we can notice a lot more positive changes in students. They can get even more confident and start taking interest in their studies. And they get more energetic to their studies. They start taking interest in their studies. It makes English learning more entertaining by using technology in their classroom. Utilizing tools such as the internet, podcasts, videos, conferencing, speech recognizing softwares, bloggings can be very beneficial. By using a combination of technology such as pronouncing videos, online exercises, and speaking practices with native speakers, can be develop their speaking skills a lot more effectively. Like there are a lot of technologies and a lot of software present in today's world. All thanks to our modern technology, we can use them and help the students to improve their speaking skills. It emphasizes how learners improve their speaking skills from L2 learning. Next is our introduction. In past few years, English language has become an international language. The English language plays an important role in every aspect of life. Like we can see the importance of English language in every field of study. We can find people in every country that can be able to speak English fluently. Like we can find in every aspect of life, like medicine, engineering, education, banking, and computing. In every field of study, we can find English. All developed software and communication facilities through internet, our approach to various websites are all thanks to English. Not only this, but our internet or our website are also written in English. If you explore Google, we can find most of websites are written in English. A variety of people throughout the world learns English language as second language, even if it does not have their native languages. From all four key languages, they are present in the world. English is most important learning as a second language. Even if you look at ourselves, most of the people have different first languages, but we adopt English as a second language. Even my first language is Urdu, but I am speaking or presenting in English and adopt English as a second language. Through speaking, we can build and share meanings by using verbal and non-verbal symbols in a variety of contexts. Speaking is a crucial part of learning and teaching as a foreign language. In early stage, teachers use tape records or technology device to instruct the students. Like in old days, traditional methods were followed to teach the students a language, but that is not really effective. Students are blank as before. Doesn't even get anything. The students teaching by technology started in late 60s and early 70s. As a result, effective chalk and stock matter seems outdated. Technology helps the learners in learning by putting learners at ease. The technology is used to support both teaching and learning. It is also helpful as it possesses the powers to transform the teacher into new matter of technology. Because students can be able to use various softwares and they can even talk to native speakers, which is very most effective way in matter of language learning. But all these processes are impossible in all ways of teaching because they does not have enough technology to process that information. And next is our statement of problem. English learning can become a problem if the students are not provided with proper environment to learn English. Despite 14 years of English instruction, many students in school district remain unable to speak the English language fluently. This is due to, in part, the lack of proper resources and environment for schools to practice and improve language. By this method, students can become self-confident. They can even find fun in learning, which they did not even find by using an old method or old ways of teaching. Next, we will talk about our research questions. How does technology influence students and their learning in Pakistan? How can technology help improve English language speaking skills? Significance of our research. And this study tries to focus on different benefits of using technology. Technology learns provide a lot of different benefits to learners of EFL. There are various skills the student of second language learner needs to improve, such as grammar, vocabulary, reading, writing, English, and listening. Our English are made of these things like grammar, vocabulary, reading. For speaking English frequently, it is very important for us to be a good grammar, a good pronunciation. All of them provide a significant role in English language. With the help of technology, a learner's pronunciation can be improved by different computer softwares and different application programs that are specified designs for voice recognition. This paper claims to use technology can be increased student creativity and also critical thinking. According to Livestone, he tells us about that student performance can be improved if we add technology in his learning. She found that students who use computer or internet at school have higher performance rate than those who will never use them. and they are more energetic and they become more positive. According to learning, self-confidence can also be increased because students are free to choose what style or strategy will be helpful to improve their learning. They should not depend on teachers or traditional method of teaching. This will also make students independent. They become a self-learner. Now we will talk about some of the modern technologies in this modern era that we can use to help in our speaking skills. First is speech recognizing softwares in making a mark in modern technology. With the speech recognizing software, we do not need to be conscious of our speech while speaking with no fear of being judged as wrong grammar or mispronounced words. The fear that prohibits most of the students to speak is being judged by others. But through this method doesn't even have to fear about that or being judged by others and being laughed by other students. They can easily talk and comfortably as they wanted to. Next is podcasting is another marketing avenue. They also prove they have worth and authentic credibility. Nowadays, internet is omnipresent. Virtually everyone knows how to use it effectively, or at least they do know how to research information. Like everybody today surf internet. Everybody knows about internet. Everybody post on social media. They will surf on social medias. Through this, it is very helpful for us to learn and speak English. And next is blogging. Is another list of modern technologies that can be improve your speaking skills. Therefore, majorly software platforms have been developed all over the world, which work in different genres such as public speaking and improvisation comedy. Next, we will talk about literature review. According to Saddle, he explained that speaking skills can be improved by using digital videos. And the students can record their videos, and after that they play it, and they can notice their mistakes, and they can work to fulfill them. They can work them to fulfill their needs. And Carlson and Milton, they said that enhancing speaking skills through multimedia tried to test it computer-assisted language learning. And they are from City of Hong Kong. And they also conducted a research project which says that multimedia-based English language learning program. They say that the students who uses multimedia to improve their speaking skills, they have higher success rate than those who doesn't use them. And those who use the traditional methods have doesn't even have improvement in their speaking skills. According to Cosley, he said that positive effects of technology on teaching and student learning. He said that his paper exposed that positive effect of technology on learning and speaking of a student. How technology is getting common in schools, and the result is conducted that students who use the technology are more engaged to their studies and gain even more confident about their skills. According to Washer and Chen, they say that some students feel ashamed to talk in community, so that kind of shy students can get more benefit from conversational class. The oral type of conversation is more beneficial than the written type of conversation. The total conversation with foreign students is more beneficial with possible through different types of apps. Now, Juko in 2015 says that certain kinds of technologies that are useful for teaching and learning processes such as radio, television, audio tape, video tape, tape recorder, flash, telephone, satellite system, and even computer hardware and software. These all we can use that in order to improve our speaking skills. The device can play videos, audios, and show some pics, which is useful for improving speaking skills. According to Gromick, he gives the idea of using mobile phone for language learning, which is called as MOL. This would greatly help students to improve their speaking skills by speaking more words in more fun and enjoyable way. And in today's generation, everybody have a mobile. Even kids have mobile phones, even at their small age. By the help of these devices, they can work on their speaking skills. Next is theoretical framework. Lifestone was a modern researcher who researched that kids are more attached to their technologies. According to him, if you attach technology to their studies, they become more focused. They find it more fun loving. They love to study. If you use the technology in studying, then it changes the attitudes of learners and teachers regarding learning and teaching. It not only affects the learners, but also teachers in method of teaching. When students are attached to the lessons, they may find the lesson more enjoyable as it is done through the replacement of the formal tradition method. Formal tradition methods are like chalk methods and books reading through books and something like that. Students can improve their speaking skills through technology by using the internet. It is time-saving and cheap process. Using the internet is not really hard and it is a cheap process. It's not really expensive. Everybody can afford it easily. Different application programs helps a lot. Several voice recognizing apps improve oral speaking of English, like also have greatly helped improve speaking skills. There are various apps and software present on App Store and Play Store that we can use them in order to improve our speaking skills. It is not really that difficult nowadays. So it's a successful opportunity within a formal structure and also benefit all children and remain unskilled. Okay, now we'll talk about our research methodology. This study is about improving speaking skills through technology, that how we can improve our speaking skills with the help of technology. The test was conducted in Pakistan. Participants were all intermediate students. Firstly, pre-test was taken to identify the current situation of a student, like where they stand, what is their current ability to speak English, and their current vocabulary, their current knowledge of vocabulary, their current knowledge of pronunciation. Then after the result, they were divided into two groups. Control group is named as group 2, and control group 1 is named as control group, and group 2 is named as experimental group. Group 2 studies with modern technology, and group 1 studies with traditional method. And after that, post-test is taken, 20 students were participated, 10 in group 1 and also 10 in group 2. We use several tools for this research, like charts, images, Google Forms, Google Docs, and Google Sheets and emails. Okay, according to results, group 1 student cannot gain good results in test. All students in group 1 gain average marks. The students of group 2 studied with technology gained good results, and they were sharper and were more confident in their abilities. So it is worth mentioning that technology helps or impacts the lives of students. Okay, next is the data collection. 20 students were taken as a sample from different institutes. Some questions were asked from them, and grades were given according to their answers. Pre-tests were taken, and questions that were asked and grades were given to the students according to their answers and their attitudes and their behavior. Post-test is also taken, and the grades were also given according to the strategy and their answers. Pre-test. In this research, students were questioned about different queries of the pre-test. Their scores are marked on the basis, but unfortunately, the results are not as satisfactory. Students cannot be able to answer that question. Even if they are answering that question, they cannot be able to understand what they are saying. They have very poor grammar, they have very poor pronunciation. Most students will not be able to give replies, and some of them even can't understand what they are asking from them. A major concern that was uncovered in nearly all students was that they were constantly stuck during the discussion, which lay a bad impact on the conversation. Pre-test results. In pre-test, only 4% of students were able to use proper vocabulary. Only 55% of students cannot even answer because they cannot understand the queries that were asked. And if someone is answering and they is not answering properly, there are a lot of mistakes in a sentence. The remaining 41% can even comprehend the question somehow, and but they were unable to answer in English. One of the main problem was lack of confidence. In the end, we can say the average result of pre-test was depressing. Post-test. After having pre-test, students were divided into two classes. Experimental group was group B, and second group is control group, which is group A. Every group consists of 10 students. Group B learns to speak English through modern technology methods, and group A instructed through an agile way. And now we are seeing the result of group A, which was taught through old ways of teaching. 10 students were taken and 5 questions were asked from them. Each question contains 2 marks. Now we can see the students, student number 1 get 1.5 of question, and student number 2 gains 6.5 out of 10, and student number 3 gains 6 out of 10, and student number 4 gains 4.5 out of 10. The results are not really that good. The students are getting average marks. The results are really depressing. They cannot even able to answer. And group A was taught the old ways, and post-test was taken again, but the results were just a little different. They were not satisfactory progress in learning. The average marks of students were only 40%. Students were encountering the same problem as in pre-test. Because in pre-test, we can see that they don't have a good vocabulary or any knowledge over speaking. But after control group, even they were learned through, even they have taught through taught, but they still get the same answer. There's still a little improvement in them because of the traditional method of teaching. The results of these students are same as before. By visiting the disappointing result, it is clear that students need a new and effective way of EFL learning. Now we can see that group B experimental group, the group which was taught through modern ways. We can see the clear difference between the results. The student number 1 gained 9 marks, student number 2 gained 10 marks, and student number 3 gained 8.5. There are clear difference between the results. These students are more confident on their skills. These students are more confident on their abilities. They know how to speak. They have good vocabulary knowledge. They have good pronunciation. Everything is a lot of different. Just because we have used some technological ways on them. Group B was guided through a fresh approach, and after specified time, a post-test was taken. The results were astonishing. The average result of learners were 90%. A tremendous difference can be observed. There are a lot of modifications like student learners, like vocabulary awareness. They have improved a lot of vocabulary. One of the most influential things is that students are confident on their speaking skill, which is most important item in speaking anything. And next is our data analysis. The pretest was done to see the strength of students, but the results were not satisfactory. And there was only 3% above average using correct vocabulary and correct grammar. 52% of students understood the question, but answers were riddled with grammatical and mispronounced words. And students feared making mistakes. On the other hand, students who learned through new advanced technological ways were inspired to join the class. They find class more enjoyable. They started getting interested in their studies. There are a lot more benefits that we can get from that. This grade helped in increasing motivation and made the students interested in their studies. The post-test was then performed and clear difference was observed. Students are very knowledgeable of their vocabulary. They improved a lot of vocabulary. Grammatical errors were improved. Speaking fluency was improved. And after testing, positive changes were observed. And there are findings. There are clear difference between pre-test and post-test results. This clearly shows that modern technological ways of learning for creative students. They help students, and different modern softwares can help in speaking English at higher secondary education level. The student uses computer, iPads in classes, which is greatly increased interest in learning and help students in understood easily. It was observed that students learning English through using different technological ways were very confident in the students learning through books. It was concluded that using different technological ways to learn and speak is more effective in interesting way. Next is our conclusion. In conclusion, the use of technology in English as the foreign language classroom can help students improve their speaking skills. The use of computer and internet and other digital technologies can help improve speaking skills and also provide opportunities to participate in English speaking skills in a variety of contests for EFL students at secondary level in Pakistan. Like we can see that these days kids are obsessed with modern technologies like computer, iPads, mobile phones. We can use this obsession of them in teaching, and we can use this obsession for teaching them a language. Then what's wrong with that? We can use that easily. And one of the greatest benefit is developed through interest in students. According to Yasin, explains that it helps students how to communicate in daily life because they find fun playing with computer. The computer is being considered a more vital part of learning activity by means the skills are transferred to learners. It helps in understand our 4 communication skills. Like English is made of 4 communication skills, and they help us increase our load, which is very important for non-native speakers. And they also help us to enter a proper atmosphere. Like it is most important problem that we discussed in start, that non-native speakers cannot be able to get a proper learning atmosphere, which is great obstacle in their learning. But doing this method, we can get a proper atmosphere of learning. And this study provides useful insights of EFL students as well as for teachers. These are the references. And thank you so much. And I am pleased to be a presenter here. It is my first conference in my life.
Oh, thank you so much. It went fine. It's great. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mashab, for this informative presentation.
On behalf of the Educational Research Lab at Prince Sultan University, we would like to welcome you all to the second International Symposium on Educational Research, ERL 2022, Global Transformation of Education and Learning Trends, Reevaluating Education in the Endemic World. Before we start the session, allow me to share some housekeeping to ensure a smooth session. Firstly, attendees, during this session, we welcome your questions to the speakers in the Q&A section, not the chat box. We will address your questions to the speaker at the end of the session. Secondly, please share your comments about the conference on our lab Twitter account using the symposium hashtag PSUERL2022. The account and hashtag are written for you in the chat box. Thirdly, speakers, please note that I will inform you 5 minutes and 2 minutes before the end of the time by showing a sign via my camera with a polite voice reminder. At the end of your session, I will read the attendees' questions for you and you can answer them live. That takes care of the housekeeping. Now, without further ado, I would like to introduce Mr. Mohammed Saqib at Virtual University of Pakistan, from Pakistan. Mr. Mohammed Saqib is an educational scientist. He is serving as an instructor of education at Faculty of Education, Virtual University of Pakistan. He has completed his Master of Philosophy in Education in 2021 from the University of Okara, Pakistan. From this, he has completed his undergraduate studies in education from Bahauddin Zaria University, Multan, Pakistan. His areas of interest are teaching, training, and research. Research interests include social sciences, research, and educational research.
Thank you very much. Are you listening my voice?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Again, thank you. Good afternoon, all. I am thankful to all of you, especially ERL 2022, the Educational Research Lab 2022, who planned such a nice event for all of us. As you know, my introduction, I am Mohammed Saqib from Virtual University of Pakistan. I am working here as an instructor, Faculty of Education. Today, my topic of presentation is PhD graduates are in schools as K-12 teachers, phenomenological study. The main headings of my presentation include introduction that addresses the purpose of the study, and the next are the research questions and research methodology. Then we move towards research participants of the research. Then we see data collection and analysis and move towards the results. And we see findings and discussions. Then we move towards conclusion and finally we see references and welcome your questions and suggestions. K-12 from kindergarten to 12th grade or basic level of schooling is basically a necessity for every country growth, every society all over the globe, and usually this need is fulfilled by the school education department of that country. Usually it's a common perception in a society that people move towards their higher qualification to feel more secure regarding their position, regarding their working position and job security. And it's not only common in Pakistan, but also whole world, the people try to move towards better qualification. PhD graduate teachers are present in universities, colleges, schools, but it is interesting to know that PhDs are also present in schools. And schools, they are teaching at different level like elementary, secondary, higher secondary level in Pakistan. A few of them are also working on administrative positions in schools and colleges. According to SIS school information system, there are 387 PhDs were working in school education department in year 2021, which is the total 0.11% of the total registered teachers in Punjab. But this figure is increased from 0.11% to 0.13%, from 387 PhD graduate teachers to 487 PhD graduate teachers in the next year, and from 2020 to 2021. And the current figure in 2022, there is 530 PhD graduate teachers present in the schools, which is the 0.15% of the total teachers that are present in schools. Personnel having a Doctor of Philosophy degree in any field is generally interested in the area of working, research area or specialization area. They are not master of content of that subject, because in the research process, researcher move from general subject area to specific subject area. Here in the present piece of research, researcher aim was to study the insight of highly qualified teachers like PhD graduate teachers who are working in schools. A doctorate level person who is also a researcher of a specific area of specific subject can be a teacher in a school. It is very interesting to study this phenomenon. This study could be used in future to fill the knowledge gap, not only but also uplift the education system with the help of these PhD graduate teachers. The research questions that are addressed in this research, the first one is, how is it compatible for a PhD graduate to become a K-12 teacher? How do PhDs feel being researcher while teaching as a K-12 teacher? How do PhDs think and reflect themselves while teaching as a K-12 teacher? The research methodology. Qualitative research design based on phenomenological approach was selected to study this phenomenon of how compatible it is for a PhD graduate person to become a teacher in a school. The focus of study was to explore the insights of PhD graduate teachers present in schools as K-12 teachers. The focus of phenomenological research is to study the lived experiences and to attain in-depth information, insights of someone's experience, uncover the feelings, perception, and beliefs of the research participant. And on the other hand, philosophy is not confined to human mind and personality, but also deals with the human experiences. The phenomenological analysis is one, the sense of life experience, and the other one is the interpretation after understanding of life experiences. The research participant that was included in the study was the PhD graduate teachers working in different public schools under the umbrella of School Education Department in the province of Punjab, Pakistan. Due to availability of specific number of research participants, the researcher used a snowball or networking sampling technique to locate these participants. And we see the network sampling technique can also be referred as a cold calling and chain sampling, chain referral sampling. In this research, we selected 11 PhD graduate K-12 school teachers to study their insights, their experiences, having a different PhD disciplines. They were teaching the students from class level 6 to 12. Different characteristics of research participants are listed in table 1. In the table 1, you can see out of 11, there are 9 are the male PhD graduate teachers, and there are 2 female graduate teachers. And there are 3 teachers, PhD graduate teachers, having an age equal and less than 40 years, and there are 6 that having an age between 40 to 50 years, and there are only 2 PhD graduate teachers that having an age greater than and equal than 50 years. Out of 11, 10 got their PhD degree from the public sector institute and 1 from the private sector institute. And their PhD discipline, there are 3 PhD graduate teachers are from sciences, 5 from social sciences, and 3 from languages. Their experiences lie between, there are 2 PhD graduate teachers, their experience is equal or less than 10 years, and there are 3 PhD graduate teachers, their experience lie between 10 to 20 years, and 5 having experience 20 to 30 years, and only 1 PhD graduate teacher that having experience more than 30 years in the school. And according to the classification of school, we can divide school in 3 types. The 6 PhD graduate teachers are working in higher secondary schools that are dealing from level 11 and 12. And there are 4 PhD graduate teachers that are in secondary schools till level 10. And there are only 1 PhD graduate teacher that are teaching in lower secondary level. Their employment stages includes there is 1 teacher that is elementary school teacher, working on a BPS 15. 1 is working as a senior worker, BPS 16. And there are 1 secondary school teacher, and there is 1 secondary school teacher of BPS 16, and 1 is secondary school educator of BPS 16, and there are 2 secondary school teachers of BPS 17. And there is 2 officer grade 1 that are working on equal to BPS 17, and there are 3 subject specialists that are working on BPS 17. And their teaching level addresses there is no PhD graduate teacher that is teaching at primary level, but at elementary level there are 4, and at secondary level there are also 4, and higher secondary level there are 3 PhD graduate teachers that are working there. These are the characteristics of the research participants that are included in the current piece of research. Now we move towards data collection and analysis, and we see interviews are useful tool for uncovering the story behind the participants' experience and pursuing information about a topic. Interview should be knowledgeable, clear, and gentle in work. Interviews, questionnaires, according to Anis work, interviews, focus groups, observations, oral histories are generally used for the qualitative data collection. In the present study, interview was used for data collection. The researcher developed an interview guide and improved it by conducting through different interviews to identify core structures and feature of human experience. Use of subjective information from a experience is also fixed with the phenomenological analysis. The modern concept of phenomenological analysis is also IPA, that stands for interpretive phenomenological analysis, that strives to explore, describe, and interpret the sense of making experiences. The results of this study are in the form of themes, and themes of the study developed on the basis of the interview transcription data, which further analyzed on the basis of phenomenological analysis of qualitative research design. Following themes are developed here. Like first one is compatibility of PhD graduate as a K-12 school teacher. Number 2 is the lived experiences of PhD graduate teachers within the social environment of school. The number third, thinking and reflection of PhD graduate K-12 school teachers, and the number 4th is challenges and perspective attached with these PhD graduate K-12 school teachers. The first one is the compatibility. The K-12 school teachers at school with PhD graduation is becoming a common with the passage of time. We can already see it with the data. Most of the teachers with PhD qualifications were adjusting themselves in schools to secure their research and faculty position in higher education institution. In further, some of them are feeling stuck themselves in schools, and some are in struggle to move further forward, and the PhD teachers that feeling stuck themselves in school feeling a decrease in their motivation level. On the other hand, some were observed in struggle for further research options and applying in opportunities present in higher education institutions. Teaching at school level is full of comfort, and higher qualification does not matter if someone is stuck in some environment. But when you are in a good place or position in your life, then you also have some expectations in your mind about the people usually in their in your circle. 100% achievement of these expectations did not happen in the real world. PhD graduate teachers also have many expectations from their students, colleagues, teachers, and their school, from their school heads. Lived experiences of PhD graduate teachers within the social environment of schools uh, uh, includes first one we see school is a social institute and a hub between teacher and community relationship. A common relationship existed in the school. In this community, not only teaching learning process are in progress, but also the interaction with the participant of the community also matters. Teaching and influence of PhD graduate teachers were also realized by the students in the feedback that teachers got from their students, but sometimes it is difficult for lower classes where the student have a lower cognitive domain to express their feedback to the teachers. Thus, a presence of PhD graduate school teacher can clear concepts of students in a better way as compared to other teachers. It is also observed by the research participant. The students are ready to listen and share their ideas with PhD graduate teachers with more attentive and disciplined behavior. Thinking and reflection of PhD K-12 school teacher. Most of the PhD graduate teachers explored that they felt confident while teaching in a school. This will also help for them to complete their research projects and university. They with their presence in school also support them financially, and they move towards in their life. On the other hand, some of them are in struggle to demand special pay scale from the government uh, to, to secure their more life in a more better way. Some of the PhD graduate teachers wanted to be reflected as a curriculum developer and policymaker in the future. These appointments are helpful for value addition in the education system as well as increase in job satisfaction level of PhD graduate K-12 school teachers. Challenges and the perspectives that are attached with the PhD graduate teachers due to financial constraints, as you know, and the lack of the opportunities to teach in a higher education institutes, they excel at work in schools. PhD graduate teachers are facing lack of resources, and another barrier to implementation of innovative ideas in a school to build a conceptual learning among the students. It was also explored during the interviews by the research participants that PhD graduate teachers could be helpful and provide support to the government and the school education department. They can also be useful regarding teacher training programs, conduction of exhibitions, curriculum development, initiative conferences, and school education sector reforms, improvements. Most of the research participants agree that it is the need of time to manage the maximum utilization of PhD graduate teachers that are working in schools according to their specializations with appreciable and remuneration. Findings and the discussion. In the school teaching, there is no requirement of research work. There is no questioning in interview for school teaching recruitment process. But a teacher can manage a workload and continue a research paper, write a research paper, nights, weekends, summers, provide support for the research work. On the other hand, Education also provides support in developing a critical thinking and logical inquiry. If teaching jobs in schools, if teaching jobs in a school is a barrier for a PhD graduate teachers, on the contrary, teaching jobs is also a source of inspiration and motivation for them to do more work and move forward in a life, survive financially and increase their skills with qualification. It is the teaching jobs in schools feels to be far better rather than to be unemployed PhD person. It can be imagined the issue of the employment in a globe and also in Pakistan, uh, like in a higher education commission decides to spend 70% of resources on manpower in the universities, research grants, and remaining 30% to equipping the institutes. Conclusions. PhDs are present in school education system as a teacher. Their presence is creating a minor effect on the system, and this effect will be increased in future because many PhD scholars present in schools and completing their doctoral research work. 100 PhD school teachers increased in school education department from 2020 to 2021, and in 2022 further increases continue. Many unemployed PhDs are also ready to join school in the next recruitment. Data available on our Higher Education Commission Pakistan website, there is 162% increase in the number of PhDs from 2010 to 2014, including in both public and private sector institutes. And 5,621 PhDs were produced in last 5 years by HEC recognized institutes in Pakistan. Their presence in the system is not only affecting the teaching and the learning process, but also the all the environment of the school education, including administration and policies. From their presence, it is better that academically and on the basis of administration, they are facing some difficulties to manage these people. If the system of governance, specifically Department of Education, try some struggle that how fast their system of education emerge them and lead them, these PhD graduate teachers, to move forward further. And here are some references that is used in this research. And finally, the question and suggestions are from your side is welcomed here, and I am again thankful to all of you. Is there any question in chat?
Thank you so much for an enlightening talk, Mr. Saqib. At this point, I'm going to open it up for any questions that any of our attendees might have. If you want to share your question in the Q&A box. Now, without further ado, I would like to introduce Dr. Marshall Defensor and Ms. Ruby Defensor at Prince Sultan University in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Dr. Marshall C. Defensor received his doctorate in sport education from Jakarta State University in 2019. He is currently a lecturer in the Department of Health and Physical Education at Prince Sultan University. He earned a Master of Arts in Education with a concentration in Physical Education from Philippine Normal University, as well as a Bachelor of Secondary Education with a concentration in Physical Education. A Physical Education Associate Professor he's a Physical Education Associate Professor at Philippine Normal University. Marshall is active in research focusing on physical education, sports, sports management, and sports coaching. He was a finalist for his paper presentation in the Asia Pacific Consortium of Researchers and Educators, AP Core, in December 2020 for his paper entitled A Retrospective Evaluation of the Interscholastic Athletic Program of a State University Using the CIPP Model. Ms. Ruby Defensor is a lecturer in health and physical education. She has a master's degree in teaching physical education from Philippine Normal University and has 26 years of teaching experience. Today, they'll be presenting on virtual health and physical education program in the endemic era, challenges and future directions.
Good afternoon, Ms. Cheryl. Can we start?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Good afternoon once again. I'm Dr. Marshall C. Defensor. With my co-author in the study is Ms. Ruby Defensor. Our study is titled Virtual Health and Physical Education Program in the Endemic Era, Challenges and Future Directions. Our study focuses on exploring the experiences of teachers and parents when virtual health and physical education program at Prince Sultan University was implemented. This is in response to the need for continuous learning during the first wave of the pandemic, which started last March 2020 to December 2020. Our primary goal guided us to draw a profound understanding of the experiences related to the following: practices of the virtual health and physical education program implementers, challenges during the virtual health and physical education program implementations, parents' support to their children's teachers and children's learning. We contend that through this exploration, we partially ascertain the program's directions in the endemic era. The method that we implement in the study was entirely guided by the exploratory research by Stebbins in 2008. It leans heavily on the qualitative design. We elicited perceptual and conceptual data through in-depth interviews and simple document analysis. While we recognize the benefits of statistical data, we felt they were not fitting for this kind of study, since it is heavily textual and experience-based. The selection for the criteria for the participants. Our participants were carefully selected using the established criteria for this research. We adhere to strict protocols to ensure that our participants were knowledgeable and consented to their study participation. With a total of 19 participants, 11 were teachers and 8 were parents. They were chosen according to the following parameters. 1, they are teachers who taught the virtual health and physical education program during the first few quarters of the COVID-19 pandemic, which was from March 2020 to December 2020. They were parents with children who were officially enrolled at Prince Sultan University during the implementation of the virtual health and physical education program. Of the possible 25 participants, only 19 were able to commit to participating and willingly attended the interview sessions. The research design that used in the study is an in-depth and semi-structured personal interviews. From the time our participants informally agreed to participate in our study, we had already formally sent them the invitation letters and consent forms. After that, we decided on a particular date and time for our interview sessions. In case one party was unavailable, we adjusted to accommodate the needs before the interview. We reread the consent form and reiterated to them their rights as a research participants, including the background of the study, the possible benefits, and the rights to withdraw. During the interview, we let our participants lead the discussions by allowing them to narrate their experiences during the virtual health and physical education program implementation, and also share their challenges when the virtual health and physical education program was implemented. Both teachers and parents received questions that were contextualized in their roles. They were encouraged to take time for them to share substantially during the process. In case when they misunderstood the questions, supplementary or simplified questions were given to assist them. We also look on analyzing the documents or the data that we needed there, most particularly the program curriculum. The virtual health and physical education program was guided pertinently documents such as the syllabi and the course outline. We studied and reviewed them carefully. From these documents, we drew inspirations for the questions related to the pedagogical practices, the learning and teaching activities covered and implemented by the virtual health and physical education program. Looking on the framework of the study, this study was a collaborative effort between the researchers and the research participants. We envisioned exploring the significant experiences, determining the support and challenges during the virtual health and physical education program implementation, and ascertain the program's direction. Looking on Figure 1, the virtual health and physical education program practices or activities were reviewed. This include teachers' responses to the experience-based questions and parents' narration of support extended to their children learning and teachers. The perceptual and conceptual data were coded and significantly contributed to partially ascertaining the program's direction. While on figure number 2, we able to analyze the data. The qualitative data, which comes from the interviews and the documents that we collected, were called from the participants, and we transcribed this one, coded, and examined. The process was guided by the principles of the following exploratory data analysis by Stebbins and the coding procedures, which was on the study of Saldana in 2013, wherein each recorded data are analyzed and compared to the constant comparative method. Data were closely examined and manually compared to reveal patterns and derive categorical concepts using open and pattern coding. We were able to broke down the process, sorted it again, and sorted qualitative data to show common concepts, in which we focus on the codes or focus codes. We also look on the shared difficulties of the participants, the practices and insights of the future of virtual health and physical education program. It is from this process that the teams were generated and defined. Since we have collected rich experience-based data, it is necessary to share that what we have now are partial results of the study. However, giving special attention to the preliminary result is essential because they may hint at the possible patterns of experiences to uncover. The study doesn't want to really generalize the result, but covering all the teachers and parents' experiences of the program. We acknowledge the nuances of the data that thrive between them. So based from the collected data in interviews, these are the following results. The preliminary results provide us with the following themes, as shown in figure 3. One is the teaching experiences or the practices. 2 are the challenges or the possible issues that comes up during the implementation of the virtual health and physical education program. And last but not the least is the parent support, which is very essential during the virtual health and physical education program implementation. So based from that, we come up with the following conclusions. While there is still data to be examined as of now, we can say that it's almost 80%, but we're still examining the data. We want to share a partial picture of what we have called and gathered from that field so far. This partial result may provide a significant step to determine the trajectories of the program and possible recommendations to address the issues that may likewise appear in the future. For the virtual health and physical education implementers, results underscores the need for consistency in implementing and managing the program. Also, the program's consistent monitoring, assessment, and evaluation are much needed. For the virtual health and physical education teachers, teachers should have or have required to take shifts in their teachings because it's all new to them, the virtual health and physical education program delivery. They encounter difficulties managing the program, as they stated during the interviews, despite their preparation. So we see that there's a need to reinforce students' participation and technological enhancement and strengthen parents-teacher communication regarding students' academic performance. For student parents, while the parents have their fair share in the implementation of the program, they are suggested to engage in the learning of their children, especially during the pandemic or during the time, because it explicitly, indirectly, they are considered as the learning partners of the university, especially in times of crisis where online modalities are needed. Overall, concerning the adequacy and relevance of the virtual health and physical education program in general, while the results are positive, there should be consistency in offering the program, maintaining high quality while upholding students' values and transferable skills in the virtual setup. All these results imply that while the virtual health and physical education is a good program, some aspects require special attention and there is still a space for improvement. That's all for our presentation today. On behalf of my co-author, Ms. Ruby Defensor, and the College of Humanities and Sciences, with my mother unit, the Health and Physical Education Department, I would like to thank you all for listening.
Dr. Defensor, thank you so much for such an informative talk. At this point, we'd just like to open it up just for a few seconds if anyone has any questions that they'd like to pose in the Q&A box. In the meantime, Dr. Defensor, can you just please put your email address in the chat box in case anyone has any questions for you? They can always email you directly.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Cheryl.
You're welcome. Now, without further ado, I would like to introduce Dr. Emanuela Seredakis, who is a professor of education and English for academic purposes at the Technical University of Crete and at the Hellenic Open University in Greece. Her research work has been published in international scientific journals and conferences and focuses on language, teaching, and learning in online environments, learning disabilities, intercultural teaching, and inclusiveness in education. Today, Dr. Seredakis will be speaking with us about dyslexia in higher education, development, implementation, and evaluation of an online inclusive English for academic purposes course.
Thank you very much for having me here. I don't know if you can actually hear me and see my screen. Are we?
Dr. Seredakis, we can definitely hear you. Thank you so much for
Excellent.
being
Excellent.
on screen.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be here at the Prince Sultan University, and thank you very much, ERL, for this international symposium on educational research. I'm going to provide you a short presentation which is related to dyslexia in higher education, and more specifically for English for academic purposes in higher education. And I'm going to talk about an online course. I am from Greece. I'm a professor at the Technical University of Crete, and I mainly teach engineering students for the past 10 years and at the Hellenic Open University. So initially, I'm going to talk about the aim and the scope of the study and the theoretical underpinnings of the course, and I'm going to shortly describe the course that we designed for our students, the small scale qualitative study that we conducted, main results, and a couple of conclusions and implications. So as I said before, the main aim of this study and of this presentation is essentially a dyslexia-friendly online English for academic purposes course. And the whole course was actually focused, the main aim of the course was to familiarize our undergraduate students with the research article genre. And the problem here was that they were undergraduates and they're not familiar with the research article genre, which is normal. However, the Technical University of Crete is a highly research-based university, and we're trying to involve our students, our undergraduate students, from early on with research. So professors essentially asked me to help them with their students, and I had to design a course for all students, of course, but also including the needs of dyslexic students. The course was based on theoretically on UDL, Universal Design for Learning, on the multisensory structure approach, on metacognitive genre awareness. This is mostly related to English for academic purposes, and the genre we focused was the research article, and on online cognitive apprenticeship. So again, the first part of the course aimed at familiarizing the students with the research article genre in engineering, and more specifically in electrical and computer engineering. This course was targeted at these students here. And the first part of the course had explicit teaching of genre, whereas the second part of the course had explicit strategy training that aimed to help our students to be able to search for research articles online, to use sourcing strategies so they could use good quality research from IEEE or ACM, and reading strategies, help for them to actually be able to comprehend the research papers that would be able to find online. So in general, the reason we did this, it was especially in this post-pandemic environment, is really important to design courses for inclusion and diversity in English for academic purposes, especially in disciplines like engineering, where almost all research and all the textbooks and everything our students read are in English. And because lately in Greece, much like the other countries, we've got lots of students coming to us in tertiary education with dyslexia and other learning difficulties, this is exactly what we tried to do, to create online courses for students with dyslexia. And in Greece, during the COVID shutdown, universities in Greece shut down. They were closed for almost 4 academic semesters. So we saw a lot of difficulties there. And we understood that we need to make more, to put more effort in fulfilling our students' needs, especially the students who had learning difficulties, and they had a hard time to actually to cope up with the needs of our lessons. So in general, of course, we didn't take under consideration only disability, because inclusive pedagogy is not just about taking under consideration students with disability. We also have to take under consideration age, gender, ethnicity, academic background, learning styles. And this is what we tried to do. This is a first step. In general, based on the relevant literature, inclusion is defined as a process in which educators respond and respect to human differences in ways that include learners in rather than exclude them from the daily life of the classroom. In this case, we're trying the online classroom. Now, what is dyslexia? Very, very briefly. All right, so learning disabilities, very roughly, are divided into SLD, specific learning disabilities, general learning disabilities, and secondary learning disabilities. Dyslexia is right here. It is a specific learning disability because usually learners only have difficulty in one area, like, for example, reading or writing. They also have other issues with their working memory and stuff, but now we're talking very in a very general manner. And then we've got general learning disabilities, which involve more severe conditions and they affect the mental ability of students overall. And then, of course, we have secondary learning disabilities that are not the result of psychopathological or socially pathogenic situations. They're not related to cognitive impairments or low intellectual functioning. They have to do with maybe a student has a deprived environment. So it's more of a social issue rather than cognitive. Dyslexia, as I said before, is a specific learning difficulty, however. Now, in terms of Greek learners, in general, Greek learners and reading. In general, readers with dyslexia have issues usually in lower level processes of reading, like decoding and identifying words. And this is due to neural representation issues and storage and retrieval and coding of phonemes, which in turn of course, also affect higher level processes and comprehension. So even though the problem is with lower level process of reading, like decoding, then we also have a problem in higher level processes and comprehension. And especially for Greek EFL readers, they face a lot of difficulties because Greek is considered a transparent language, whereas English is an opaque language. And there are tons of phonemes that we do not have in Greek. There are 44 phonemes in English, and there are like 1,120 different combinations you can actually use. So this is really hard for Greek learners because they're not used to them. And we've seen this from relevant research. And of course, this problem continues in tertiary education, and especially in engineering, because engineering, everything in engineering is essentially right now in English. So the course I tried to design was, as I said before, based on UDL and the multi-sensory structure approach. Now, the UDL has 3 basic principles, and they're all related to providing the students multiple options for engagement, for representation, and for action and expression. And I have to note down here that the UDL is not targeted, of course, only to students with dyslexia. UDL is for all students. It's just that for students with dyslexia, it's easier for them to actually learn something from a course that is based on UDL. Differentiated instruction is something different because it focuses only to a specific student, but we designed the whole course on UDL and tried to see if this course actually helped dyslexia students. And the first the first principle is related to engagement. The courses that are based on UDL have to provide multiple options for engagement and foster students' interest and try to sustain their effort and support, of course, their self-regulation. And then they have to have multiple options for representation with multiple perceptions, optimized language, and this is really important too for dyslexia, and multiple presentations for our students to achieve effective comprehension. And lastly, action and expression. We need to make an effort to increase physical action. Of course, this is hard in online learning, but there are, for example, drag and drop and other similar activities and technologies that can also help in that. Simulate communication, of course, between the students and us, and to help them develop their executive functions. And the other theory that I based the course on is a concept called metacognitive genre awareness. Metacognitive genre awareness was actually developed by Negrete and Kativa back in 2011, and it's essentially a combination of the cognitive psychology theory of metacognition with the genre theory, which is extremely popular in English for specific purposes. And they combined these two, and they created this concept in order to make English for specific purposes courses more effective. Now, in terms of genre, I used this model, which is by Tardy from the School of English for Specific Purposes. So I tried to teach the research article genre based on this model here. This model has 4 facets, basically 4 dimensions for each genre. I use this model specifically for the research article genre. So the formal facet refers to the linguistic and structural aspects of a genre, in this case, a research article, and it includes discourse or lexicogrammatical conventions of the genre, the contents or structural moves that are common to the genre. And I use this Swale's move analysis. This is relevant to English teachers, okay, English for academic purposes teachers, Swale's move analysis. And the same goes for the rhetorical set, which is again related to the formal knowledge, and it refers to the language writers use in order to apply an effective rhetoric and persuade the readership. And then we've got the subject facet, so the actual subject of a research article, which is related to disciplinary content, awareness of different specializations within the domain of electrical and computer engineering in the case of my course. And lastly, the process facet, which refers to the whole context, to the whole publishing industry, to how people read research articles, how people write research articles, how the industry works, journals, conferences, everything. And if a person, if a writer or reader has this kind of knowledge, they're able to read and write research articles at a high level. My students were not professors or researchers, so they didn't have this knowledge, and this is what we tried to do in this course. And then we've got metacognition, the other part of the course. Metacognition has 2 parts in most models, even though there are many models of metacognition. We've got knowledge, which is in our long-term memory and refers to what we know in general about a certain task, which is further divided to declarative, procedural, and conditional knowledge. And in this course, the declarative knowledge is what I, as a student, know about the research article genre. And then the procedural knowledge refers to how I'm going to use the declarative knowledge in my studies, specifically to search and read research at the Technical University of Crete. So we're talking about concrete cognitive strategies here. And the conditional knowledge refers to when and why I'm going to use all these strategies and this knowledge for my needs. And then we've got the actual strategies, which actually refer to the regulation of our cognition. That's the second part of metacognition. And these strategies include planning, monitoring, controlling, and evaluation. So essentially what we try to do is try to build knowledge, this knowledge for our students. So during the actual task, they would be able to plan their research article reading, to think of what strategies they will use in order to locate a research article and then to read it, to monitor themselves, whether they're actually implementing the strategies they learned, and if they successfully have found a research article, if they are understanding the article they're reading. And then we've got controlling. This is when we are actually controlling our brain, when we understand that something is not working and we need to change strategies. And lastly, evaluation, that refers to our self-evaluation, for example, for the whole process. Have I found the article that I need for an assignment? Is the article of good quality? As I'm reading it, am I understanding what I'm reading? Am I comprehending what I'm reading? And all the strategies that I read, that I used, have they actually worked? That's the evaluation in general. That's very briefly, just a brief description of metacognition. All right, and so I used these theories in order to create the course. And I also used, of course, evidence-based practices for metacognition. I apologize for the fonts. I didn't realize they were so small. And we used, of course, pale and off-white backgrounds, a lot of color coding activities that have been found to work a lot for dyslexic students. And of course, explicit metacognitive instruction in strategies, conceptual and mind maps that have also been found to work for dyslexic students. We also took under consideration the amount of information on every screen. Of course, we included activities and assignments based on the MSL approach. And of course, our students had the opportunity to hand in assignments, not just in writing, but also in audio or video or screencasts, because dyslexic students don't like writing much and they express themselves much better in oral speech. All right, and now for the actual course implementation, the whole course was based on a research article corpus. So we gathered like more than 40 research papers altogether, and we used that corpus as the base for our course. And of course, the selection of these research papers was a very complicated process, because we are talking about undergraduate students here, so they do not have the background knowledge needed. There was a specific set of criteria. In collaboration, of course, with the faculty of electrical and computer engineering professors, and they were the ones who actually chose the research articles. And then I took the articles and coded them as the EAP professor there. I coded them rhetorically based on Swillage and move analysis. And of course, I took under consideration previous research, like from Cordes in Nogu, and from other researchers that have done research specifically for electrical and computer engineering. And then we adjusted the coding scheme to my students' ZPD, zone of proximal development, because as I said before, they are undergraduates, so they don't have exactly knowledge of really detailed rhetoric in research articles. And we simplified everything to cater their needs. And we also changed Swale's original terminology in rhetoric move coding, like other researchers have done before me, in order to make the coding scheme easier. And that was the coding scheme we used for the articles and for the activities and the assignments we designed later. Now, the course structure. The course is constructed on the university's Moodle platform. And as I said before, the first part of the course actually focused on familiarizing students with a genre they didn't know, they had never seen before, based on Tardy's model, the model I showed you before. And then I created materials intended to provide further support so that students could convert their newly acquired declarative genre knowledge into procedural knowledge, metacognitive knowledge, and explicitly taught them searching and reading strategies. And hopefully they would then turn this knowledge into conditional knowledge. And in the end, they would use these strategies outside the English for academic purposes classroom. So there were like 13 weekly asynchronous online labs. The first 7 labs focused on the macrostructure, the abstract, the introduction, the materials and methods, discussion, conclusion, and the differences, of course, and the variations found in research papers, in real authentic research papers. And after we would learn the structure of each subgenre of the research article, after the 7 labs, we did metacognitive strategy training specifically with concrete sourcing and searching and reading strategies specifically for research articles. And each lab, which we're going to see now, it was based on the cognitive apprenticeship model, adjusted to web-based environments specifically for online. And you can see here the interface, for example, for the course, the first 7 labs. You can see the hourglass structure that basically signifies in which research article lab each student is. And so, for example, here, this is the lab they have for the introduction section of the research articles. And inside each lesson now, in each lab, as I said before, we have all the stages of cognitive apprenticeship. So initially, I am modeling. Sometimes professors also help me with videos and everything. And then we have coaching, other tasks, scaffolding, articulation, reflection, and exploration. Each stage was included in each lab. So for the modeling phase, we had videos, and the videos were basically divided to research, article, writerly, reader videos, and that was essentially audiovisual, think aloud, cognitive modeling of genre analysis processes, and so that students could actually start learning what the research article is based on the on Tardy's model, which I showed you before. And the other videos that we had were the research article reader videos, which had the cognitive metacognitive reading strategies. We're teaching them to actually search and read the articles. All the videos were created with Camtasia software, and students could actually observe both which part of the research article text was read and which genre or reading strategies was used. We also had, of course, static modeling representation of the research article, general knowledge, notes, rhetorical move graphic organizers, which are really helpful for students with dyslexia, but also for all students. We had different organizers with multi-move patterns and cycles for each corresponding session, and other static representations like original research articles marked with all the major moves in them and examples so they can understand how, yes?
I just wanted to interject very briefly, just to let you know that there's about 2 minutes remaining of this session.
Oh my God, I'm sorry. Thank you very much.
No worries.
It's okay, thank you. And then we had the coaching phase, and the coaching phase had easy tasks, but also a bit more difficult tasks. They also, for example, here you can see color coding tasks. Color coding is really helpful for students with dyslexia. They had to color code original IEEE articles and then hand in assignments in a podcast form. We also had mind mapping tasks, collaborative tasks, all these. We had articulation tasks like reflection journals for every week, and they could also hand in this in an audio or video form. And then this is just a brief, this is from a larger study, a qualitative work with the 3 students, where we used retrospective think aloud protocols in order to check before and after the course if there was a change in students' reading behavior. And they had to test. The test was actually based on an IEEE authentic paper with 20 multiple choice questions in 15 minutes. And we did observe changes, especially in their abilities to locate and use sourcing strategies and find the answers they were looking for in the research articles they wanted. And we also were able to observe differences in their overall behavior. They started using authentic research articles for their assignments at the Technical University of Crete. So in general, my findings agree with previous works that also have found that metacognitive genre training is helpful for dyslexic students in English, especially for EFL students, that it helps their regulation. In general, English for academic purposes practitioners should make an effort to help their students, because even though they are in tertiary education, they still have dyslexia, and it's especially for English. English is a really hard language for dyslexics. It's easy to read. It's difficult to read English. It's difficult to write in English. And so, it would be a good thing to also consider their needs, especially in disciplines like engineering, where everything is, almost everything, at least in Greece, everything is in English. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much for your research, Dr. Saradakis. We really appreciate your presentation. And I think that this work, the topic of your presentation fills such a vitally important area of English language learning, especially with respect to students with unique needs.
Now, so let me introduce our speaker. That's Miss Aisha Ashraf from the University of Sahiwal in Pakistan. The title of her speech is Improving the ESL Communication Skills Through Teachers Training Using ICTs in Rural Institutes in Punjab, Pakistan. Miss Aisha, you're welcome to start.
Thank you. Is my voice audible?
It is slightly muffled, but audible.
I'm grateful to be the part of second International Symposium on Educational Research. So the topic of my paper is improving ESL communication skills through teachers training using ICTs of Rural Institute in Punjab, Pakistan. So first of all, we will look at the purpose of my study or my paper. So as we all know that importance of English language is growing in the world day by day, and like many other countries in Pakistan, it is also learned as second language for the medium of instruction in government or private institute in Pakistan. So current research determines to solve the problem of ESL, English as secondary language communication, faced by the language teachers in Rural Institute of Punjab, Pakistan through the teachers training using ICTs. ICTs stand for the International Communication Technologies. These are audio, visual, animated techniques, or using of multimedia projectors, these kinds of using of internet and these kind of techniques. So it is used to improve the ESL communication in rural areas of Punjab, Pakistan, because efficiency of English language has become important, so important for every person in Pakistan, because it also become second or become a first language in many job institutes and many companies. So different tools like multimedia projector and audio video recorder, as I had told, are used in the pre-test and post-test which I have conducted on the basis of data which I have collected from the different schools or different institutes of Punjab. So the data which is collected is analyzed with the SPSS, which is the statistical and statistical package for the social sciences. So English skill to enhance the English communication skills, it is become very important for the students in Punjab or in whole Pakistan, because every student every student or every person in the Pakistan wants the good opportunities for higher learning education, not even in the Pakistan, but also in foreign countries. So it is efficient for those students which belongs to the rural areas to achieve the high standards of English language communication. Moving toward the keywords of this research, these are the 5 keywords I listed: rural areas of Pakistan, communication skills, teaching of English, ESL, teachers training. So moving toward the introduction. Pakistan is a developing country with a growing importance. The need of English language is also increasing. So developing country like Pakistan also need to adopt more techniques and opportunity to become new approaches and bring the solve the challenges that are they are facing in the educational system. So our assessment framework make the student reputation and retention as opposed to testing their analytical and imaginative abilities. So as we all know that importance of English are increasing rapidly, and students of Pakistan are hardly able to get admission in the higher institute, especially for those students which have poor background in English language and like mostly students in rural areas. So Yeah, and English is not even become a partial or it become the basic or practical language for the learning for all students belonging to Pakistan. So therefore, teachers they are very important in playing the major role in facilitating the student. So students of rural areas of Pakistan, they are hardly communicating English language. So the condition of the students is not so good. The rural areas who, even the students in the rural areas who get high score in the English paper are not even able to communicate a single sentence in English language, which got admission in universities. And this is just because the lack of our educational background or system and lack of qualified teachers in rural institute or facilities that which are not provided by the government, and old method which are adopted by the teachers, and these are still continue. No new approaches and teaching techniques are not introduced in the language. So both even students and the educators both use Urdu language, which is a native language, or local language like Punjabi, as we are belong to Punjab. So they use it even mostly in schools. Teachers communicate with the student in Punjabi or Urdu. So this is the practice in the class. English is uh, not learned as a language; it is learned just as a subject. So my focus on the paper is to improve the ESL communication skills, so that through teachers training, so that teachers become able to teach the English language as a language as a language, not as a subject. So what are the questions in this paper? How the ESL communication skills of the students in rural areas are improved, and how does the teaching of the English language as secondary language improve through teachers training? Moving toward the significance of my research. The significance of this research lies in the improvement of ESL communication. As we all know that international language used for the communication in whole world is English. So we can communicate in our daily life even in the English language, or you for example, I'm taking my example. I use many chunks of English while talking to my mom or my dad. So these English language become a part of our native or as well as communicative language. So as we all know that Pakistan is a developing country, so English learning is also important for its development. For the development of Pakistan, it is important to every person that every student and should work hard to become and able to communicate in English language. As well as all we know, English language is the language which encourages any remaining learning and all the learning failure. Teachers play an important role, as I told before, in the English language communication. So this paper tells about the improvement of ESL communication, and so that the student get opportunity for the higher education, higher studies, and better jobs in their future life. As one of the, I'm adding the reference here, one of the Indian scholars said that instructing English is not simply transferring the information to the student, rather to empower them to talk, pursue, and compose easily. And this research only highlights the problems of ESL teaching and improving techniques for the ESL communication. Moving toward the literature review. So Yasmin and Islam describe the role of English language teachers in Pakistan. They showed that it became a critical issue and teachers are not performing their significant role in this regard. They tell us about the techniques and the method to improve the ESL learning of the student through teachers training and practices. In further, Shannon 2018 explained the role of English language teachers in rural districts with the low number of English learners. He said that the teachers should collaborate with the 5 group of professional colleagues. These groups present the role of ESL teachers play in rural areas. Muhammad Mozam Ali and Burch in 2017 analyzed the teaching practice of the English language in the Sbela district, Pakistan. They observed that the way of teaching language in classroom is similar as the other subject. They recommended that the teacher should develop the English language speaking skills and introduce the strategies and techniques for the development of English language. In the last Nawab 2012 indicated that teaching method of English teachers in Chitral district of KPK, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, provenance of Pakistan at secondary level. So he introduced new ways and methods to improve the English learning through teachers training in Rural Institute of Pakistan. This only focus on the primary level. There is no focus on the secondary level. So I upgraded the level and move it toward the secondary level. Research methodology. So the method in this research is qualitative method, and it is descriptive analytical method for the investigation of the actual problem of English communication in Rural Institute of Pakistan. So it is a semi-constructed method. In this method, two types of tests are taken, which is pre-test and post-test conducted after applying the new techniques of post-test is after applying the new techniques and using ICTs. And for the better understanding, we divided teachers into the two groups named as experimental and control group. So training of teachers in Rural Institute are used to improve the ESL communication. So control group teach the student with the old or traditional method, but the experimental group teach the students with the new method, approaches, techniques using multimedia, using ICT. So we see the comparison after the analysis and which get from the findings. So theoretical framework. This research is structured to solve the problem related to ESL communication in Institute of Punjab following some techniques of Nawab with addition to it. He selected randomly 25 schools and then sample schools from the all sector of the Tehsil district KPK. He visited and consulted with the teachers and collected and observed the data. The undertaken research is used with the method addition of ICTs. He directly go to the classroom and observe, but we use ICTs, international communication technologies, to observe or to improve the teachers training, to improve the teaching way of teachers in teachers training. So first we take the pre-test, which is on the basis of previous old traditional method, and then after 30 days, next 30 days, control group is trained with the old traditional method, and experimental group is trained with the new techniques. So then the result shows that the teacher's training method is helpful for the students to improve their ESL communication, and they become able to communicate in their language or in their classroom or maybe in their daily life. Data collection. Data is collected from the pre-test and post-test, which we collected from the using ICTs, as I told, from the audio video recordings and these kind of things. 20 teachers from the rural areas are selected and divided into the two groups, 10 in each group. So pre-test is conducted on the basis of old tradition, and their teaching method in the classroom is observed with the ICTs. An experimental group is trained with the new method and approaches and techniques with the use of multimedia projectors and audio video recording, which are being shown to be the students, and for the next 30 days. And the control group is trained with the same additional methods. So after the 30 days, post-test is conducted, and we observe the analysis further. Data analysis. As I told, variety of tools are used in the data collection, like interviews. We have conduct audio video recording and of teaching session during the class. Collected result from the both group is analyzed, and then teachers with the old tradition method have, we observe that teachers with the old tradition method have less attention in the class, while the teachers which are trained with the new methods and approaches have shown the improvement in the class and the method and the behavior of the students. Even the student or the teacher are changed, and student could learn with the more interest, and they develop the understanding. So after the pre-test, observation indicate that behavior of the teaching show that most of the teachers are not with their planned lesson in the class, and only a few of them found with the partial plans. After the post-test, teachers of the experimental group start using multimedia and projectors. They are delivering their lecture properly, or the teacher start practicing grammar in the class. Even in old tradition method, we see that teachers come in the class and just read the line, and translate into the native language. But in this method, in this new approaches, we see that teachers is not even focusing on the translation, but they are focused on practicing the language and language skills by showing them new animated movies or videos or this kind of stuff to the students, so they show more interest in the learning. So during the pre-test, it is observed that majority of teachers giving the English language classes, which they are not qualified. They are not English qualified teachers. Sometimes teachers are self-motivated to teach English, but some are forced by the authorities to teach English. Even I am going to tell you the personal experience of my life. One of my cousin have done masters in economics, but she is teaching English in language in school for a 5th to 8th standard student. So this is how our basic our bases are destroyed because totally English qualified teachers are not available in rural areas. So this is one of the reason, also the reason for the lack of communication or for the lack of English learning. So on the next, nowadays people are more interested in social media, as we all know that, and information and technology. In the training, teachers are trained how they plan the session and making the schedules. They are trained to attend the workshop properly, and they are also trained to use multimedia. Even rural teachers are not know how to use projectors or multimedia, so they are also trained in these sessions. They are trained to communicate with the English language in English language and teach English as language. After the 30 days training, post-test is conducted, and we analyze the data and compare the data, and we get that the teachers are unaware about the lesson plans and teaching. So we train them to become aware of that. Training teachers should use the new method, and classes should plan their lessons for the class. So they should be conduct their paper or so they could conduct their lecture properly and for the better understanding of the students. So here is the table which I have drawn on the basis of post-test and pre-test. We show that the comparison of both tests that I have conducted. We can see the success rate using different tools. So teachers of the experimental group understand the importance of lesson as compared to the teachers of the control group, and they know the value of the training workshop as compared to the teachers of the control group, and they know the use of multimedia projector as compared to the other teachers, and they know the value of the modern technology and use it for the class property activities. So teachers teach the English not only as a subject, but they started to teach the English as a language also. Experimental group need to attend the workshop properly, because we are conducting the test on that group. So as we see that teachers of the control group, some teachers we found with the partial plans, lesson planning, and the teachers of the control group, experimental group, have a planned lesson. Only one or two teachers are not with the planned lessons. Or then the practice of grammar increase with the using projectors, and help them to overcome their difficulties of English language communication. So here is the graph. We show that the teachers comparison of control group and experimental group, teachers of the control group and experimental group before and after training. So a control group have less these techniques or these approaches than experimental group. As we see that training workshops are more enhanced in experimental group, and less communication lesson planning enhance, English medium of English as a language of medium increase, grammar practicing is increased, and seminar that teachers are attending, the rate of attending seminar also increases, and they have showed more interest in their class rather than having boring class, or just to read out the chapter and translate into the native language. They start to practicing like different exercise or different activities in class, like they for example they are giving the student to the they're giving the projects to the student which are done by students. So these are the comparison which I have drawn the graph. So moving toward the conclusion, this paper.
Ms. Aisha, thank you. We have 2 more minutes.
Yeah. Teachers of the control group shows that research shows that the practice of the teaching English must be replaced, all traditional methods replaced by the new techniques, approaches, and method of the English language also. Teaching of method also need to be changed, and the old traditional approaches of the teacher to teach the English are not satisfactory anymore. However, the teachers are not responsible for this. Even the flaws in the existing system and the poor education system is responsible for this. This paper even highlight the problems, and then it gave the solution and techniques to solve that problems, which we need to learn for the development of our country. And data, as I discussed before, data is collected from the pre-test and post, and then we highlight, and which highlight that the students with the trained teachers have more ability to learn the English language than the teachers with the control group. So research and the result indicate that teachers should attend the workshops, seminars, conferences, for example, split pre-service, in-service trainings in this regard. It requires the instructor schooling programs need to reconsider the necessities of educators and professionals to enough help their preparation and more readily to serve the requirements of the English language. In the end, I would say use of ICTs and new approaches is necessary to improve the quality of English language. So that's all about my paper. Thank you. Any question from your side?
Thank you so much, Ms. Aisha, for this interesting presentation. Hello, everyone. So we are now ready to continue with our next session, which is by Mrs. Alanud Al-Sulami, Dr. Fatma Mabrouk, Dr. Jihin Bosri from Princess Noura bint Abdul Rahman University. And the topic of their session is how do female faculty members prefer to work in the future? Evidence from a discrete choice experiment. I invite all the audience to ask questions in the Q&A box. Yes, please, you can present.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I am Lalud Sulami, a lecturer at the Department of Economics at Princess Noor bint Abdulrahman University. Today, inshallah, on behalf of my colleagues, Dr. Fatma Mabrouk and Dr. Jihan Busreh, I will be presenting our research paper titled How Do Female Faculty Members Prefer to Work in the Future? Evidence from Choice Modeling. In this presentation, I will talk about the aim of the research, present a few of our past research, and present our research data and result. So we hope that you enjoy our presentation, inshallah. There are many challenges that firms and companies usually face, such as employees' burnout, stress-related illness, and lack of productivity. And during the last few decades, multiple studies questions the regular working type and focus on the way to improve employees' mental health and increase life-working balance by changing the working style. These studies introduce multiple working scenarios, such as flexibility in time, flexibility in location, compressed or 4 days working week, and etc. And these studies focus on the impact of a changing working style on employees' productivity and well-being. Recently, and during the COVID pandemic, many work types have changed in many sectors, and the working from home was the norms of working, and many employees experience flexibility in location involuntary. So this situation has inspired us to study more the working style preferred, especially in the academia, and the working style preferred by a female faculty member. So our objective was first to identify whether the COVID-19 pandemic changed the way of preferred teaching style and affected job preferences, and then to examine the motivation factors impacting the job satisfaction of female faculty member, and finally to identify the association between demographic and or professional variables and job satisfaction. Very quickly, I will be some of the past studies conducted in working arrangement literature. First, Chuckley and Allen focus on flexibility in universities, and they explore how different factors such as age, family matter, etc., could affect the motivation for choosing different flexible working arrangements. Similarly, Berkeley et al. 2017 argue that employees would welcome flexibility in location, and it's something that serves their needs and at the same time would help firms by increasing the productivity of workers. Brima et al. Survey the multiple workers who experience remote working during the COVID-19, and they argue that since the pandemic, working from home would be the norm of working, and then scholars and practitioners at the same time should reorganize the working style and develop remote working to help employees' need. Recently, Sher Mohammadi et al. Dig deep and focus on remote working to explore the desired expectation and undesired experience, as they name it, and suggest that the human resource development should improve the employees' well-being and increase the working-life balance. For the methodology of our research, we use a choice modeling, conjoint analysis, which is a method that has been used in market research. This kind of method usually aim to examine consumer preferences toward particular good or product. And in this research, usually the consumers are provided with different options, and each option is generated with multiple attributes and levels, and then consumers will choose their preferred option. Interestingly, this method is recently used in labor economics and to study the working arrangement and the type of working employees usually value or prefer. In our study, we apply the choice modeling to generate hypothetical working options. And in order to make it simple for the faculty members to choose between the options, we focus only on two attributes, which are flexibility in time and flexibility in location. And these two, each one of these attributes has two levels. So working, for example, working days, the two levels for the working days is either working 5 days a week or 4 days a week. And at the same time, flexibility in location has two levels, which are either working fully from the university or working in mixed location. For the purpose of this research, we exclude fully remote working, as it might not be suitable for the education sector as it's a service sector in the current time. So we focus only on these two levels for these two attributes. Therefore, 3 options were generated, which are the option 1, working for 4 days fully from university, option 2, working for 4 days in mixed location, option 3, 5 days working in mixed location. Further to the choice modeling, we apply a paired sample test, and then we apply 1 sample t-test to explore the modification factors affecting the job preferences. After that, we classify the sample and apply ordered logit model to identify the association between different variables and job satisfaction. The data we collect in order to achieve our objective, we design and build an online survey that was containing 3 parts, which are the first part is the conjoint task, and the second part focus on the motivation behind the choices, and finally a demographic question were asked to the respondent. We have done a pilot study, and then the survey passed all the tests by the institutional review board at the PNU. After that, the survey was sent via the institutional email to all PNU faculty members. We only rely on the completed responses, which were 59 completed responses. For the first part of the survey, we display the options, the 3 options we had generated in a similar way to the current timetable that usually the faculty member receive. The first picture, as you can see, represent 4 working days fully from university, so traditional working. The second one represent 4 working days in mixed location, so working traditionally from the university and from home. The third picture represent 5 working days in mixed location. Each time the faculty members were asked to evaluate the presented timetable on a scale from 1 to 10, as you can see, where 1 means that they don't prefer this type of timetable or this type of working arrangement, and 10 indicates that it is a perfect timetable. For the second part of the survey, the respondents were asked about their motivation for choosing a particular option. So, for example, they were asked about the family time, by using a Likert scale from 1 to 5. So we ask them whether they agree on this statement. For example, the previous preferences will help me to spend more time with family and friends. Moving to the results section, we find that 70% of our sample were Saudis. About 60% of the sample aged between 31 to 40. 47.5% were assistant professor, and more than 57% working in the academia, have been working in the academia for about 6 to 15 years. Finally, about 51% of our sample are having more than 2 children. Then, by moving to the preferences part, we find that flexibility in location plays a significant role in affecting working preferences, and female faculty members prefer to work in mixed location as this working arrangement increases their utility. However, working for either 4 or 5 days is not that important and doesn't affect their choice preferences. We can see that the flexibility in location is a significant indicator. After that, we explore the correlation between the 3 options we generated and find that there is a high level of substitution between option 1 and 2 and between option 1 and 3. This means that female faculty members prefer option 2 over option 1 or prefer option 3 over option 1. Just to remind ourselves that option 2 and 3, all of these options have the flexibility in location, while option 1 only have the traditional working. Then, for the following part of our analysis, as I said, we do a t-test, test, and the t-test result on female faculty member motivation. We find that the mean for the first sentence, which is finishing my teaching task more efficiently, is above 4. While the mean for increasing voluntary work is only 3.30. All the statements provided to the faculty member were significant. For doing more analysis, all the sample agreed that their job choices is based on efficient or finishing the administrative and teaching task more efficiently, as I just said. And this type of work could be considered as the traditional type of work. And however, and to understand the sample more, or to dig deep in our sample, we classify our sample based on their motivation. And we interestingly find that 75% of the sample agreed that their choice is based on the achieving higher level of lifelong learning and developing new skills, while only 25% of the sample moving toward increasing the job satisfaction. So all our sample agree on the finishing the administrative and teaching task. And as we can see that 75% of the sample were keen to develop their skills and to develop their long life learning. Okay, further, we use the ordered logit model in order to examine the female faculty member preferences or satisfaction. And on a Likert scale, we ask the respondent about their current and last year's satisfaction. By current, we mean the satisfaction in the academic year 2021-2022. The last year satisfaction is the academic year of 2020-2021. For all the sample, we find that age and remote working have a positive and significant impact on current satisfaction. However, in the last year satisfaction, age is the only significant variable that affects positively the last year satisfaction. However, if we want to focus more on cluster 1, who are representing the 75% of our sample, our faculty member who want to improve their skills and improve their long life learning, we find that their motivation, who were motivated by the long life learning, we find that age has a positive and significant impact on the current and last year satisfaction. However, the academic ranking has a negative and significant impact on both satisfaction, the current and last year satisfaction. Interestingly, distance from home is positively impacted last year's satisfaction, but it doesn't have a clear impact on the current satisfaction. And this could be explained by that in last year, the working or teaching was fully remotely during the COVID-19 and as a response to the health and safety regulations. And maybe working from home increased their satisfaction as female faculty members feel that they are safe, they are next to their children, and they can improve their health without any affection. Okay, so our research was aimed to first study if COVID-19 pandemic changed the way of preferred teaching style and affect job preferences and job satisfaction, and then to examine the motivation factors impacting the job satisfaction, and finally to identify the association between demographic and professional variables and job satisfaction. Our research finds that flexibility in location plays a significant role in the decision made by faculty member, especially female faculty member, and work in mixed location increased their potential utility of the respondents. However, flexibility in time doesn't affect faculty member utility or preferences. That is working for either 4 days or and taking 3 days off, or working for 5 days, with the regular 2 weekend days. Either choice don't affect significantly the female faculty members. And the choice is mainly based on the flexibility in the location. And this result is reasonable since working for 5 days or 4 days doesn't change, either increase or decrease the total working hours per week. So we can see clearly that female faculty member has no problems with either working for 4 days or 5 days. Further, we can see that we find that a traditional form of teaching at the university is not preferred by female faculty members, and they prefer hybrid form of working. And this result could be explained by that during the past 2 academic years, female faculty members practically experience working in mixed location. And therefore, this could be the reason that they highly prefer this type of working, since this type of working didn't affect their achievement, or their negatively affect their achievement or performance, and this could be the reason why they prefer it and want it to be continue in the post-pandemic era. However, working for 4 days or 5 days is not preferred or not is not indifference. When this could be explained by that in Saudi Arabia, there is no sector or company or any firm that practically employ the 4 working days a week. Further, we find that completing teaching and administrative tasks and achieving greater success in research are the most factors contributing to the job satisfaction of female faculty members. And to understand the sample more, we classify our sample based on their agreements on the motivation and the motivation factors. And we find that 25% of the sample who are motivated by were motivated by increasing the job satisfaction. However, 75% of our sample prefer a particular type of working arrangement, and this type of working arrangement is highly motivated by the chance for them to increase their long life learning and develop new skills. Finally, we find that age, distance from home, and, between the home and the university are impacting job satisfaction. However, nationality is not that significant. The limitation of our research is first that we were having a small sample size. In our research, we focused only on female faculty members. Future research may consider all stakeholders, faculty members, all of them female or male faculty members, students, staff, etc. Future research may use financial motivation in order to organize different academic job choices to see the impact of financial motivation on the job preferences. Thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoy our research. And if you have any question or feedback you want to share with us, you are more than welcome to do it. Thank you.
I would start by saying, on behalf of the Education Research Lab at Prince Sultan University, we would like to welcome you all to the second International Symposium on Education Research, Global Transformation of Education and Learning Trends, Re-Evaluating Education in Endemic World. Today's session, we are going to have, or enjoy actually, 4 interesting and thought-provoking talks delivered by highly professional speakers. Before we start the session, allow me to share some housekeeping to ensure a smooth session. For attendees, during this session, we welcome your questions to the speakers in the Q&A section, not in the chat box. We will address your questions to the speaker at the end of the session. Please share your comments about the conference on our lab Twitter account using Symposium hashtag, which I will write in the chat box. Our presenter today, please note that I will inform you 5 minutes and 2 minutes before the end of the time with a polite voice reminder, and I will read attendees' questions for you and ask, and inshallah, at the end of the session, of the talk, inshallah. That takes care of the housekeeping. Now, without further ado, I would like to introduce our first talk today, which is entitled
what is it? What did I choose for the title?
Choosing and Designing Research for Graduate School and Beyond, Publishing and Career Opportunities, delivered by Dr. Daniel Bailey, University of Central Lancashire. And actually for Dr. Daniel Bailey, He holds a PhD in education technology from Korea University and works as an assistant professor in Concord University's Department of English Language and Literature. He regularly publishes on topics related to online communication and multimedia-assisted language learning, and his pedagogical interests lie in technology-rich instruction that assess students with second language communication. We are blessed today to have you, Dr. Daniel, with us today, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you, everyone. Can you hear me? Can you hear me well?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah. So yeah, I was asked if I wanted to join this conference and do this workshop, and deciding my topic. This is a topic that I kind of teach. I teach a capstone class at my university this semester, and I'm helping students decide on undergraduate capstone projects, and we're doing some survey research, survey studies to learn about their capstone projects and their topics. I noticed with a lot of my graduate students that I went to school with as a PhD student, a lot of them had difficulty with choosing the correct research topic and then putting together a good design. I noticed that with a lot of my friends who are working on their PhDs, they have difficulty finishing their PhD program on time because of just some small mistakes they made early in the process of choosing a research topic and putting together a clean research design. And even now, a lot of my colleagues, just who have to publish for their job, I see some issues with their well, they have issues with being able to publish quickly, let's say, and so I put this presentation together. I've used it a couple times in the past for graduate school orientation programs to introduce to students beginning their graduate degree or PhD to help them kind of understand what they need to think about when deciding on a research topic. And so yeah, why are you here? See how many people are here. I want to say I do want to say thank you. It's a workshop. I'm happy. I'd like to make it a bit of a workshop energy. So I love questions in the middle of presentations. I like spending a lot of time during presentations just going over questions. I know you want to wait until the end of the presentation to sometimes ask questions, but with the workshop, I really love to hear any questions that you might have, especially if you are a student yourself and you have a project. I would be interested to know if you want to raise your hand, who is working on a project at the moment. And just by raising hands, we'll see if we can get a understanding of who might. All right, good. That's great. Try to enlarge this so I can see everybody. Okay, I guess there's just three. Hey, Maha. How are you doing, Maha?
Hello, I'm doing good. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic. Doing fantastic. It's 2:00 here. I'm over here in South Korea where I teach, and so I'm starting to wake up. The alarm set.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to drink
Very
coffee
good.
because I want to go back to sleep. So I can't do
Oh,
my
I
morning
see.
routine. So anyway, so why are you here? Some of you might be like maybe Maha come back and maybe ask you some questions, but I don't want to make you work too hard. So some of you might be looking for advice, or you might just advice on how to finish or write a research paper, how to successfully finish your graduate program. If that's true for you, that's great. I hope I can help with this presentation. I've got some experience in the field of publications. I started late, and so when I was about 38, I graduated with my PhD, and I've started publishing since then. I started with publishing experimental kind of research designs where I have a very elaborate intervention, and it would take most of the semester with collecting paper, maybe doing corrective feedback. And I love that type of research, and I still try to do it when I can. But I've realized that that type of research is quite time consuming. If that's the only type of research that you're doing, you may have difficulty creating a strong publication record. So with majority of my research has been questionnaire cross-sectional research designs, which have been the foundation for more experimental intervention studies that I'll do in the classroom. So they complement each other. But with the past, I've published a bit here in South Korea, working with Prince Sultan University. I've enjoyed my work collaborating with researchers over there. It's been fantastic. And I've given this presentation. I've worked on this topic quite a bit over the past 2 years with Korea University, and helped several, I think, students with putting together successful research projects. So I wanted to go over today, if we'll see if we have time, but there's a few topics. First, choosing a research topic, then talking a little bit about the research design, and then looking at the research questions and thesis statements. I remember when I was an undergraduate student, my dad would always ask me, he would be like, well, I tell him about my research, and I tell him about my research project, and I had all these ideas going in my head, and I've thought about the research so much because it was my topic. And then my dad asked me, hey, just what's the thesis? What's the thesis? So you give me one sentence to tell me about what your research is about. And I couldn't do it because in my head, I had all of these pieces to the research going on. It was hard for me to just put it into a simple thesis statement. And I think the one reason why is because I skipped too many steps early in the design process, which is just have your independent variable, your intervention or mediator, moderator, and your dependent variable, and then have those variables in a clear research question. And so that, I think, really made it difficult for me to put my ideas into a specific thesis statement. So I'd like to talk about that today, and maybe even ask you, perhaps that can be the workshop component today, is to have you tell us maybe your research question and tell us what your thesis statement is, and might be a lot easier for some of you. Maybe you have better, you've way better methods at approaching research than I had when I started. And yeah, the dependent variable is everything. I'd like to just put a lot of focus on that. I had a friend of mine, Jamie Costley. He worked at Prince Sultan University for a while, and we had a lot of help with helping me kind of understand how important the dependent variable is and how important a simple research design is also when it comes to finishing projects. I have starting your career here today, but I don't know if we'll have time for that. But who knows, Dina or one of the presenters might not have made it. Oh, here she is. I think she's coming. So, so yeah, we might not have time for that. But I do like always thinking about your career and ending the presentation on finding ways to help start your career, because that's, these research projects we work on, hopefully they contribute to, your professional development, resume, and making more money, or making finding work that is helping your career. So anyway, choosing a research topic. Just A, B, C. You have your A, your independent variable, B, your intervention, and C, your dependent variable. This is, I assume that most of you have a basic understanding of the research terms like independent variable, intervention, and dependent variable. It's a classic research design. And with a study, keep making sure that dependent variable is what is is what's kind of the main actor of the movie, is the main component, the finding. And so the intervention is you as the researcher, probably maybe manipulating some sort of learning environment, and that influences, affects an outcome that's going to be measured. And then, well, the independent variable could be a variety of student characteristics, but the independent variable it could be what is being manipulated by the intervention, and in it. So A, B, and C are independent variable, intervention, independent variable, basic research design. So really 3 parts to a simple research design, and bear with me. Yeah, it's just when choosing a topic, think about what your world. All right, yeah. So when I talk to students, I ask them to think about choosing a topic, think about the data that's available to them, data that they have access to. And so starting with the data, when choosing a research topic, sometimes my students, they are really passionate, like my graduate students or even my classmates when I was in graduate school, they're really passionate about a certain topic, like maybe 3D printing, or 3D printing and how it can help elementary students. But my friends or my students who are graduates and working on their research, they don't have access to a 3D printer, or they don't have access to elementary students to study. And so I always tell them to really just start with their data. International students especially, because they'll be coming to Korea where I work, and they'll be looking, think about a research topic, and they'll choose a topic that they don't have access to that data, not easy access. And as international students, they don't have the same network of friends or family who might be able to help them get access to the data. Especially not the same type of access like a teacher may have. So I always recommend and highly emphasize that they start with data they have access to. And also students, for example, international students, I think classmates, if they can look at their classmates for possible data sources. And I'll also emphasize the importance of a pilot test. So when they begin the research program, they have their ideas for a project, and maybe they'll wait until the end of the semester, end of their research program to collect data and to really try and finish their thesis or their report. And I'm referring to students here who are trying to finish a graduate program. But they didn't really run their pilot test to help really make sure it was a feasible research topic. So pilot tests are really fantastic, maybe just a small sample size and a short intervention to make sure that their research idea is going to actually be feasible for completion. But then most importantly, having access to the data. So if they want their topic to be 3D printing, but they don't have access to a 3D printing lab, change the topic. An example with a friend of mine, he's been doing his PhD now for 8 years, and almost 8 years. His topic was work-life balance, and he's really passionate about balancing family life and career. But that topic, it depended on him having access to professionals working in companies like LG or Samsung. And it's just not practical, because you can't go to these companies and survey them, and it's against company policy in a lot of ways. So it's been a real difficult time for him to graduate. Why? Because he just started with, I think he started with participants in mind who he did not really have access to. So, you think about the independent variable, you think about the participants you have access to, and you think about the intervention, you think about the environment that you'll be working with. If you don't really, I think as a graduate student, or someone who is starting their research career, or someone who just wants to really publish quickly, if you don't have immediate access to that independent intervention of environment, you're going to have a big difficulty with completing a research project. You'll have real big difficulty even doing a basic pilot test. So coming back to this screen, really the independent variable, the intervention, independent variable are the the people you have access to, the people that are in your environment. And intervention is your environment, is the classroom, it is the online environment, and then the dependent variable that will be the outcome is. But if you don't have those people, and if you don't have that environment, if you don't have A and B, you'll never get to C, at least not a clear C. So that brings me to what I call fast and slow data. And questionnaire data is fast. So when I said earlier, when I began research, I had these really long interventions, this experimental design that took 16 weeks or 8 weeks. And that's just, it's a slow data. That type of intervention, you would only, as a researcher, be able to to do a pilot test that took 12 weeks. That's a significant amount of time. To even write a paper, the intervention that took 12 weeks, you're gonna take a year to get one paper published, because of how slow that data is coming. And fast data would be something like survey research, cross-sectional research design, where you study the students, you think about the characteristics that you're interested in. You have you have a mediator or moderator. And so with survey data, you don't have an intervention. If it's strictly survey study, you wouldn't have an intervention, but you would have a mediator or moderator variable, a scale that measures some sort of it would be an intervention like construct that it has some sort of connection to your independent and dependent variables. So that's fast data, and that's fast because it takes one time for them to complete the questionnaire. And there's of course benefits and advantages and disadvantages to both. Surveys can only capture like a phenomena kind of like at one point in time, and it's strictly usually perceptions or students' perceptions of their behavior. Intervention, that has multiple sources for observing data, class observation, you could have student interviews, you have some sort of skill that you might be measuring. So there's a lot more with intervention study that takes time, that occurs over a month or 2 months or 3 months. And that ultimately would end up with more reliable or valid data. But at the same time, it would take, it'd take a longer period of time to complete. So, I always recommend, if you have time, to have maybe at least 2 studies maybe going on, where one study is using questionnaire data, another study could be a slower slower study that uses intervention, a process. And yeah, so again, though, through the influence of, I tell my students that, it's really important to, I think, have an understanding of questionnaire data studies, or being able to do a survey study before they even begin doing intervention study. Intervention studies, they take longer, and there are a lot more, I think, ways for them to go bad, for them to fail, for them to for them to be a difficult process for the researcher. I have capstone students. These are undergraduate students who've never read a research paper in their life. And just getting them to do a bibliography correctly has been a process where thankfully there are only about, I think there are about 7, there were 8, I lost 1, but 7 of these capstone students. And for day 1, with the capstone project, I'm not sure if you're familiar, but it's supposed to be something that's really student led. They choose a topic, a project, and throughout the semester you might help scaffold them to complete that project. I know my students, I love my students, but I know that if I asked them to go and independently work on a project throughout the semester, it would have been, I think it wouldn't have been as valuable for them as it would be to have them understand the concepts of a survey study. They can still choose their topic. They can choose a topic that they're interested in. One chose employment finding work, another one chose English education, another chose tourism industry. So they all have their own topics, and we've spent the past 6 weeks learning how to read an abstract. It took 2 weeks to learn how to read an abstract, and I emphasize that they focus only on studies that dealt with surveys, and they're scary. Reading a survey study can be scary because there are statistics they might not be familiar with, however, there's a certain formula with the questionnaire study that once you understand that formula, every abstract follows a certain pattern. And for the students, I think now they're slowly understanding how to read the abstract. They've got their keywords, so they can identify papers that are related to their topic. And we are.
Yeah, sorry, Dr. Daniel, we have only 5 minutes.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well, that's a good area to begin to stop at for now, because and yeah, so the students were able to identify their topics, and now they're still struggling with writing a bibliography. They're still struggling with they're undergraduate students, but even at undergraduate students, I'm impressed with how by focusing on making sure they understand the survey study before even thinking about going and doing an intervention study. I think it's a really a good idea to begin with them having a strong understanding on that, because survey studies do have that simple kind of, well, hopefully they should have that dependent variable. They should have some sort of, they have their independent variables, they have their participants, and they have that clean formula, which, as I think early researchers, if you don't have an understanding on how to put that together, then you really need to get that understanding well before going into even intervention studies, where you have a pre and a post test design. You're having to manipulate some sort of learning or teaching strategy. And then you're also on top of that having to do some sort of survey to maybe, or assessment measure to see the changes in skills. I think that without having a true understanding of a questionnaire study, you definitely should avoid going into more complicated designs. Okay, and we'll go ahead and end there. Now, this is a workshop. So first off, I would like to ask, does anyone have any questions? All right, then. I don't want to pick on it. Question?
Okay, actually, I myself have a question I want to start with. Okay, because actually I'm sharing the same job with you. I'm teaching undergraduate students research. So actually, I do agree with you that they struggle with how to go through the process of completing the research project. My question is, what do you think about modeling and teaching research for undergraduate students using model research papers?
Okay, yeah, that's exactly what I mean, with modeling, one thing I'm doing is thinking aloud a lot of times when helping a student with like putting together the keywords, finding a good paper for them, which has the components we're looking at. And that's really why I love focusing on survey studies only for them right now. After midterms, we may go in different directions. I think they're happy and they don't want to do too much more work. But again, they've already they're slowly understanding the survey study. So every class, I'll have a survey study that we will look at. We really just look at the abstracts a lot, and I haven't really gotten into the statistics of it with them. It's a second language. I'm trying to, so looking at the literature review can be difficult, but we look at the abstracts, the research questions, and a little bit of the methods, because those are the easiest parts of a research paper to understand, especially as a second language. So by modeling, I definitely I'm definitely helping them. Like I find a paper that I believe they'll be able to, to get the components of, this study investigated, there were X amount of students, the main finding was. So I do model, I want to say I choose papers to model like that, but then I also do like a think aloud where I'm showing them what to look for first and second and third. Now, modeling, is that kind of what you meant, where you're choosing papers in their respective research topic area and then going over those papers that have already been published with them? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Yeah. I asked
absolutely.
them actually to choose these papers. They choose them themselves, and then I asked them to analyze each research paper. For example, 2 research papers they have to analyze, and sometimes I ask them from time to time when I teach them something new, they go back to these models and start to criticize some aspects according to what they have learned. You agree with me? It's
absolutely. Yeah, that sounds, I would love for my students to, I would probably will do a critique towards the end of the semester, but to do 2, I'm asking to them that they can summarize at least 1 paper per week. I asked them for 10 papers on their bibliography, which is due next in 2 weeks. And thankfully we're getting there. We've almost got it completed, but I'm not going to put it through the plagiarism checker. I'm not going to do that to them. They're undergraduate students, and so I give them a lot of room, and a lot of it is, yes, like modeling, and that's why, again, why I really like the questionnaire study design when teaching, especially undergraduate students and the capstones, this group, that they do it, because there are just ways that the paper needs to be put together, and for it to, you want that they want it to be put together. All right, yeah. So modeling, absolutely.
And just to conclude, actually, to avoid plagiarism, I give them a session about how to avoid plagiarism through paraphrasing, summarizing, amputation, and so on. Yeah, I do check their plagiarism before
I would, yeah. I remember any experience I have with students over at PSU, I'm always impressed. So I would have higher, and I love my students too, but but these are English majors, and then we'll get in. I'm going to get them toward. It's not strictly a research study class. I've kind of made it one, and which is, I don't know how ethical that is, but yeah, it's like, you're not making your own projects, guys. We're doing a survey. We're going to build a survey. You choose your own topic. And,
okay, thank you,
okay.
Dr. Daniel. Actually,
thank you
because we are running out of time. Thank you for such an enlightening and inspiring talk. We are lucky that we had you today, actually, sharing your experience and ideas for our students. Second talk today is entitled The Importance of Developing Students' Critical Thinking Skills, introduced by Dr. Dina Kapani, University of Lancashire. Lancashire, yeah. Dr. Dina Kapani is an assistant professor, course leader, Arabic language and culture of Middle Eastern Studies, University of Central Lancashire, UK. We are blessed today to have you today, Dr. Dina. The floor is yours.
Okay, so I won't be long, so I think it's just going to be a very quick workshop just to talk about the importance of developing students' critical thinking skills, because what we have here is a lot of international students who arrive to the UK and they have some limited skills in terms of critical thinking and how to analyze. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to start by just asking this question. So I ask all the time all my students about what is your greatest challenge when it comes to writing. So many international students, when they arrive to the UK, they find transferring the information that they read into writing is very difficult. So I won't be staying long on that slide, so I'm just going to leave it and then I'll come back to the chat if you can see it, because I can't see the chat now. So today we're just going to talk about academic reading and writing, the research referencing, and avoiding plagiarism and critical analysis. So basically what we talk about critical reading is how to involve our judgment when we read. So it is about assessing what we read. Many students when they arrive, they think there are so many books, they can't assess what they need to read. So the most important thing is they need to look through the source to inform themselves about what is important to evaluate, and is it reliable, is it not, the date of the research and the researcher, the source of the research, the source of the information, and so on. So it is very important to look what we're reading and what is it that we're reading for. Active reading, as I always say, it is very important. You have to ask yourself, why I'm reading this? Do I agree with this? So I have to kind of create so many questions when I'm reading. Is it important to my topic? What is it about? Does it link to what I am looking to research about? Is there any evidence to support what I'm going to write about, and so on? So these are just simple steps of better thinking. Just identify the problem. Is it to see the relevant information? Just to see is it relevant to what I want to write about later on? To organize and interpret the information, evaluate and explore connections, and also to prioritize your alternatives, choose solutions, and acknowledge and explain if there are any limitations. This model, I like it very much because it talks about moving from description to descriptive writing to analyzing to evaluation. So it goes from thinking to reading and writing. So when I ask myself, what am I reading? What is it that I am reading? What is it relevant? Who am I reading to? Why am I reading? Then I move to how and what if. So analyze, moved from describing the situation to analyzing this, the situation is going to kind of move the work from being descriptive to analytical. And this, one of the questions that one of the students, the international students, asked me once, what is a research and why do I have to reference? The research, any research is an organized study or a project, and it requires a lot of answers to find answers and linking ideas with each other, and also to fill in gaps. Why do we reference? Because we need to acknowledge the source, why we are reading this, why we are writing. So we really need to acknowledge the source that we are getting the information. Plagiarism is a big word here in the UK because many students don't know what is plagiarism, and they think if I copy and paste from another source, that is fine. So we try to teach the students from the beginning of the year when they arrive to the UK that it is not okay to copy and paste. And I'm sure that at your institute, you teach them how to avoid copy and paste or without referencing or citation. And these are just common mistakes, and that many students, when we kind of talk to them and help them, they fall into straight away to plagiarism, basically, because they copy and paste. They don't use the correct referencing style, because there are many referencing styles that they can help, like they can use, like Harvard, APA, and so on. So some of the students don't reference at all, and they think this is okay. So it is very important to think about these mistakes and trying to avoid them. And this is just a quick slide about how to reference and why do we have to reference. So I'm not going to spend so much time on that. But why do we have to write clearly? Because we really need to signpost our reader to the correct idea that we are trying to explain. So our writing should be very structured, objective, and kind of clear, concise. We can't just go waffle all the time. We really need to be specified, be specific when we write. This is what we advise most of the time: include one idea per sentence. Try to avoid waffling, as we call it. Just use simple language, and try not to use so many technical words. Use them when necessary. So basically, your writing should really be simple to any reader to follow and to make sense of what you're reading. Just a quick technique of how to, when you read something, just to understand what you're reading, cover the original text, paraphrase, use your own words, try to summarize your own words in single ideas, and try to paraphrase the most important points. Consider your any words or phrases or brief messages and try to put them in. If you are borrowing them from another source, try to reference them. And just a quick action plan, if you've learned anything from today, and I know it was very quick, but if you learned anything from today, so try to use, this is what we always use, at least as we call it, the action plan. So things that you won't stop doing, like copy and paste, things that you will consider using or doing next time, and things that you will start doing in the future. And thank you. Any questions?
I would love some example. Oh, I was going to ask if for examples of waffling. I'm trying to Google it right now, but I can't. I'm afraid I'm a waffler. I don't know it, but I don't want to be a waffler.
No, but we have so many students that they do not go straight to the point, and they waffle a lot. They just write and write, and there is so much. As we call it, waffling, like so much sentences that they don't really make sense, and they are try to put big words, and they do not lead to the point that they wanted to write about.
Okay, I like that. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dina, for your straightforward talk.
I know, it's a little bit late here. It's a Saturday and my children are waiting. So, and I know it's around, what time is it? It's 6:30, or 7 o'clock. So I'm just going to stop sharing.
So we still have time. Yeah, still have time. Actually, I don't have questions in the Q&A, but I have my own question.
Oh, go on.
Yes, exactly. Okay. As you already know, that critical thinking actually it involves 3 main dimensions: knowledge, skill, and disposition. You covered this section of skills for practicing, or strategies for practicing critical thinking from the part of the students themselves.
Sorry, the line was cracking.
Yes,
so I couldn't hear that.
You covered the section about practicing critical thinking in reading and in writing from students. Yeah, exactly. What about their disposition, or being motivated to practice critical thinking? As you have started, most of our students actually are demotivated, or they are not encouraged to practice critical thinking because of maybe their educational background, they were taught in a totally teacher-centered classrooms. So actually, in teaching them at university level or postgraduate level to start practicing critical thinking would be a challenge for the teacher and for students as well. What are your, let's say, recommendations concerning this element of developing critical thinking?
So we basically, what we do every week, we develop some kind of, we just give a question and we ask them, go and read about this particular question and develop your own ideas, and reference, if you want to write something like a paragraph or two, try to reference it using a Harvard reference. And this is kind of like just to try to teach them how to use referencing and how to let's say pinpoint the things that we need them in within the question to write about. So we just, it's kind of like a practice thing. So they read, we encourage them to read a lot. So we've got something called a reading list at the beginning of the year. When they go and we go like we choose specific books and then ask them to, let's say, talk about the Middle East or talk about anything, and they go and research about this particular point, and they come back the following week with ideas. Sometimes they do it as a group work, and sometimes they do it as their own or like individually.
So you think that by practice and repetition, they internalize the process of critical thinking and as a disposition.
Sorry?
You recommend it by practice and
it needs practice. So critical, it needs practice. If they are not used to reading, if you're not used to how to read and why you need to develop these questions. Why am I reading this? What is the point of reading this particular book? What is the point of reading this particular questions? What am I achieving from this particular question? And by practice, this skill will be developed. And I really advise and recommend Stella Cottrell book. It's one of the academic skills books. It's very good book to develop skills like thinking and academic reading and the academic thinking on critical thinking.
Thank you, Dr. Dina.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you very much. Our presentation today is entitled Promoting Values of Tolerance Among Students and Teachers, the Experience of King Abdulaziz Center for National Dialogue in Saudi Arabia. Presented by Dr. Khalid Mansour. Dr. Khalid Mansour is a Director Assistant of Research and Studies Department in King Abdulaziz Center for National Dialogue in Saudi Arabia. Okay, the floor is yours, Dr. Khalid.
Yes, so let me. Yes, hello everyone. It's an honor to be with you and to be part of this great symposium. Today I will present this paper as a paper and we can discuss something like that. I would like to thank Prince Sultan University for organizing this special event, as well as Dr. Noura, the supervisor of this, and his team organizing this event. I also welcome everyone in attendance. Okay. I may not be an educator, but there are some overlaps between topics and of this symposium. And the issue of tolerance, I think it's important to focus on, especially for with the teachers and students. So now let me start with this presentation. In this paper, I will introduce the role of King Abdulaziz Center for National Dialogue, and then we will see, or we will present the concept of tolerance. Then we will move to Ford and experience of the CASCENT of the King Abdulaziz Center for national dialogue in promoting tolerance among teachers and students. Then we will see, and we will take a glance on the Tolerance and Saudi Vision 2030. We could look here at the vision of the center, a constructive dialogue for flourishing homeland, and the mission, as you see in here, it's like that, to promote culture, dialogue, and respect differences and diversity. All of these concepts focus on tolerance values. So here we will see what is King Abdulaziz Center for National Dialogue. I think we have to present something about this center in Saudi Arabia. CASIN is non-profit organization and non-governmental organization as well, that is financially and administratively independent due to rely on endowments and various investment to fund all of its activities. So the center aspired to address national concerns and develop awareness and respect for differences and diversity among the society. So CASIN founded in 2003 with the mission to promote culture, as we've seen before, culture and of dialogue and tolerance for differences between others and diversity acceptance, to preserve the national unity and protect the social fabric. This center is differentiated by dealing with issues associated with its objective, such as tolerance and social cohesion and coexistence and national unity and national identity. This center consists of four main departments. The first one is studies and research, and the second department is program and initiatives design, and the third one, Dialogue Academy, and the last one is Center for Public Opinion Polls. So what we mean in tolerance, I think we have to take a glance on this definition. We mean in tolerance respecting and accepting the differences between others or with others, and accepting the diversity, even its sectarians or religious or social or cultural, political, and economic, within the framework of the local context. Here we could see, we could focus on how CASIN tried to promoting the value of tolerance among students and teachers. In 2017, the center worked on building tolerance index that give us many data to see where is the weakness area, and then to direct our initiatives and programs and many things we can do it to enhance this values. And in this index we measure this issue every year periodically, as you see in here. This is the prominent initiative to promote the tolerance among teachers and students. The center have various programs through which the values of tolerance are promoted, the most prominent of which is the NASIG program, which targets sectarian and regional, tribal, and gender tolerance, which has benefited from it so far. The program aims to enhance the role of educators in separating the values of tolerance. It also aims to build self-immunity in the younger generation against everything that threatens the societal fabric. In 2021, more than 32,000 students and teachers benefited from this program. I think this is a great point to focus on how we could try to enhance these values, especially related to related to tolerance value. Okay. So this program more than 500 training course and implemented, and participants in the program presented more than 900 voluntary initiatives seeking to contribute to promoting the value of tolerance. And in the center, we have a dialogue exhibition. It has an interactive exhibition that promotes the values of tolerance through 12 stations containing content built in scientific and intelligent manner. This exhibition is visited by many diverse social groups. In 2021, this exhibition was visited by more than 22 educational institutions and more than 800 students and teachers. And here, the last point, tolerance and Saudi vision. I think here is the mistake, but Vision 2030 in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was realized in 2017, as you know, along with a number of programs to accomplish it. Several tolerance-related goals were outlined in quality of life program as one of the subdimensions, and livability as it comes under security and the social environment. Also, tolerance was identified as one of the human capability development programs strategic objectives. The human capabilities development program focus on building fundamental and future skills, enhancing the capabilities of all Saudi Arabian individuals and instilling values in them. This demonstrates the state commitment to promoting the principle of tolerance among members of all community. I think this is my presentation. It's a little piece just to focus how we could try to enhance the tolerance value, then just to take a glance on many things, because the time is not longer to present many things as we have. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Khalid, for your straightforward and informative presentation. Actually, King Abdulaziz Center for International Dialogue actually is well known for its many and various initiatives and programs concerning tolerance and spreading tolerance among the Saudi community including students and teachers. Dear attendees, if you have any comments or questions, please write in the Q&A section. For me, I have a question, Dr. Khalid, if you just give me the chance. Yeah, you have mentioned that you have already conducted programs on studying tolerance among students and teachers. Based on this study or program, did you reach any, or what are the main challenges or difficulties that face developing tolerance among students nowadays? Actually, you know, tolerance has become one of the main skills required in today's both nationally and internationally. Did you figure out some difficulties or challenges concerning cultivating or developing students' tolerance skills?
Great question. I think in CAS, and as I mentioned before about the tolerance index, which is quantitative tools we have conducted last year and 2018, we faced some challenges with teachers and students. Especially, we could not measure tolerance with the student in public schools because, you know, as the ethics codes, and this is challenges. But I think this is not the main challenge. But there is many points we have to focus on in Saudi Arabia. We have to pay attention about the local context because there is a diversity between Western and Southern and Eastern region. And if you have a look about that, you will find many diversity related to regions, related to sectarian, related to the class, related many things. I think this is point we interest in if we want to make a intervention or some initiatives, and we try to build our initiatives according to all of these factors. There is many challenges, but as you know, if you have a numbers, I think it's great to direct your efforts to the right way. That's what we have done and what we are doing now in quantitative research and using qualitative research in some area or like that, if we want to understand more.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Khalid. Now we are supposed to have our fourth presentation today by Dr. Joseph Ingman. But yeah, Dr. Joseph, can you hear me?
Hello, how are you?
Hello, fine, alhamdulillah. Hello, doctor.
Nice to meet you.
And me too. Okay, let me introduce Dr. Joseph. Now we will start our fourth presentation, talk today. It's entitled An Introduction to Quantitative Research and Statistical Analysis in Education, presented by Dr. Joseph Ingman. Dr. Joseph Ingman is currently an adjunct professor within the Graduate School of Education at the University of Buffalo in the state of New York. Previously, Dr. Ingman served as a professor within the Faculty of Education at Proctor University in Ontario, Canada. Prior to this, he was employed as a middle school teacher for 17 years. Dr. Ingman received his PhD in science education from the University of Buffalo. His research and teaching experience include science education, mathematics education, assessment and evaluation, curriculum development, and implementation and research methodology. He is the author of 2 books on educational assessment, 13 journal articles and reports, and over 40 peer-reviewed conference presentations. He's also credited with having supervised over 80 master's and doctoral students for the completion of their projects, theses, and dissertations, and has been a reviewer for numerous educational research journals. Wow, that's amazing, Dr. Joseph. Actually, we are blessed to have you today with us, and the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much, and glad to be with all of you. All of those things come with lots of years of work in education. So 50 years of work in education. So it's not that great when you look at the length of time, but it's been a great time working with both students at the elementary, secondary, middle school levels and at the university level. So I was asked to present something about which I have a real great interest, and that's quantitative research. Well, I'm interested in research, period, but the reason I'm presenting about quantitative is that I taught courses on quantitative research methodology and statistics at the PhD and master's levels. And in many cases, the numbers of students that were in my courses were significantly fewer than the ones who were taking the qualitative research course. And so in other courses I was teaching, I was trying to cajole the students to think about some quantitative research, and they would squint and squirm and say, oh, no, I don't really want to do quantitative research. Why not? Well, I'd rather do qualitative research because I want to get really close to the data. And I said, that's fine, but really, is it because you don't want to do stats and you have math anxiety? And yes, that was one of the significant reasons. So the other thing too is a lot of their advisors for their doctoral and master's thesis and dissertation work would encourage them to do qualitative research, mostly because the advisors themselves were uncomfortable with quantitative research. And so for me, that's not the approach. Of course, qualitative research can be done with amazing results, and it's powerful and important, but so is quant. And so a lot of times that when students say they prefer to do qualitative research, they're really talking about, well, let me do a case study or an ethnography or phenomenological research. And I'd say that's fine. Those are great research methodological approaches. But what are your research questions? Well, I don't know yet. I'm just going to do a case study. Okay, well, that's not the way you approach it. You should start off with your research questions. What do you want to find out within your topical area? What are the research questions that are emerging from the literature you're reading that haven't been undertaken or considered yet, or that have been, but in a different population? And so what do you really want to find out? And you come up with your research questions as one of the most preliminary parts of doing any research. And then you decide on your methodology. So if research questions that you're asking aren't appropriately answered by qualitative research, then you need to consider quantitative research. And that's the way that I always approached it with my graduate students. And so, you know, these are some examples. I'm not into linguistics per se, although I've done some work more recently with Nora and Musharraf and others in linguistics research, and I find it very fascinating. My area of research was science education and assessment prior to my work with Nora, Dr. Nora. I looked at the literature and I thought, well, these are some great questions from the literature that are appropriate for quantitative research. So this is coming straight from the literature. And what are the beliefs and perceived knowledge of teachers as related to pragmatic instruction and assessment? Well, of course, we're doing a survey here, and we do a Likert scale on beliefs and perceived knowledge of teachers. And I say perceived because we don't know what their actual knowledge is. It's perceived because it's presented by them. So we're making assumptions that they're being honest and that. But so those are important constructs to consider with respect to, say, pragmatic instruction and assessment. And so you're going to use a Likert scale, and you're going to, first of all, you're going to have to look at Cronbach's alpha, which of course is a test that looks at the reliability of your scale, survey scale. And And again, I've done a lot of work with other researchers and with graduate students on the development of surveys. And I come to them after the survey is developed, and even after they've collected the data, and say, have you checked for reliability and validity of your survey? Have you field tested it? Both pilot test and field test. Have you done all that? And oh, maybe I haven't. So those are kinds of things that I like to talk about with my students ahead of time, or with other researchers, about making sure the scale, the survey is well considered and built up properly. But then, you know, with respect to this perceived knowledge, and we're going to do some descriptive statistics, and that's great. This is great, but descriptive statistics are still statistics, and they're much easier to understand and to prepare than inferential statistics. But that's a great research question, one that requires quantitative research. What is the relationship between reading comprehension skills and translation performance? A great question. We're looking at correlation or relationships. We're going to do a Pearson product moment correlation. We're going to determine that coefficient, or if the data are non-normal, then it's Spearman rank correlation. But again, that requires statistics, and it can be powerfully presented. We've got, you know, reading comprehension and translation performance. Those are two factors. What is the relationship between them? Do female and male adolescents hold different language attitudes towards Welsh and English? Okay, so now we've got 3 independent variables here. We've got gender, we've got the attitudes themselves, which are measured on some kind of measure that is created, and we have Welsh and English, 2 languages. So we're looking at a number of independent variables. So we're going to do an analysis of variance, and that's factorial. And I won't get into too much about why factorial right now, and that would be something that I would go into. But again, this is all quantitative research in linguistics, work that has been done. So what are some of the common types of quantitative research? And again, a lot of people, it's certainly in preliminary work in an area, want to do survey research. It tends to be the default for a lot of people. Well, I can do survey research. I can create the survey, send it out to a lot of people. And that's great, but research should go beyond just that. And so, but when you do survey research, you can have 3 types of data. Well, any research, quantitative research, whether it be correlation or causal relationships, you're going to have different types of data. And the 3 main ones that we look at in stats are nominal data, where we have numbers. Nominal data would be male, female. We give a number to it, maybe 1 male and 2 female. That number has no meaning other than its quantitative representation of the 2 levels within gender, male, female. And we need to have those numbers to do statistical analyses. Those numbers don't mean anything, as I said, and the distance between them is unimportant. If we have male, female, and other, then there's 3 numbers there, but the distance between them is not important. With ordinal data, of course, we have something in order, and that's Likert scale 1 through 5, where the distance between them doesn't mean anything, like 1 and 2. This distance is not, it's the same as 2 and 3, but the distance is irrelevant. But the ordering is important, 1 through 5, which it isn't in nominal. And in scale data, of course, now we're talking about quantitative data like age, like test scores, that would be that we have data where the numbers, the distance between the numbers is important, because the distance between 1 and 2 is different than the distance between, say, 2 and 4, or 1.5 is halfway in between. So those are important. So those are the 3 types of data that we work with in survey research or in other research. But it's important to know that, because when you're working with SPSS, you need to know the type of data that you're working with. And there's a spot on the SPSS variable table where you have to input the type of data, nominal, ordinal, or scale, and you have to know that. Measures of central tendency, so descriptive statistics, quantitative research where we're looking at means, medians, modes. In most cases, we use means. Even with Likert scales, we can translate the Likert scale data into means, so we can do comparisons or correlations. We use the median on occasion, because where I use the median data instead of the mean data is when you have outliers. You have a number of data points that are somewhat centralized, and then you've got 1 or 2 out there, which could seriously influence the mean itself. So in that case, you might use the median, and mode is used occasionally. And measures of dispersion. So we need to know things like range, standard deviation, variance. So those are important concepts that come with working with measures of dispersion and quantitative research. So let's look at some of the other types that we have that I have some questions for those. So we're looking at correlational research. We've already seen an example of that. To what extent is implicit, explicit knowledge of specific grammatical features related to general L2 proficiency? So now we have some measure of implicit/explicit knowledge and some measure of L2 proficiency. And we're looking at the potential correlation between those. Is there a linear relationship between them or some other type of relationship between those variables? Is there no relationship between those variables? And if there is a relationship, is it positive or negative? You know, so I mean, one might look at implicit, explicit knowledge. The higher that level, the more, the higher would be L2 proficiency as a possibility. And it comes to mind there too, that when you're writing research questions and when you're thinking about the research, and I'll mention this later on again, as you'll see, but it's important to already have a prediction about what you think is happening. Why would you want to study this? Implicit, explicit knowledge and L2 proficiency. Why is it important to know that? And then you already think ahead about what the results will look like. So that's an important thing in quantitative research. We are not just throwing out a bunch of numbers and seeing what is there. You should have some ideas ahead of time about why you're doing the research, why you're asking the question, and what you consider might be the most likely answer to this. And then you can, of course, find out whether or not that's correct or not. And if it isn't, that's fine too, because it's important research. Causal comparative research. This is ex post facto, we call it. In other words, we already collected the data, but we're going to analyze the data again for some other reason. So it's a post hoc determination of the effect of the independent variable on the dependent variable. Here you can see in the results of the state test of English language competence in the 6th year of primary school, did the schools that applied for this plan for the programs that applied these programs obtain better results than those that did not. So we already have the data, and now we're going to do an ex post facto causal comparison, which of course means that we're going to compare those that did and those that didn't use this applied PV program. Now we're getting into comparative quantitative research, which is different from the relationship or correlational research that I mentioned earlier. Experimental research, well, this is really like, it is science, because what you're doing is you're looking at providing some intervention to determine its impact on something else. So we have an intervention. In this case, we have cognitive linguistics-based teaching of spatial meanings of English prepositions. Okay, so is that going to, whatever the dependent variable is it whatever we're measuring, is that better than, say, the traditional pedagogical descriptions? And so we're comparing CL with the traditional in this case. One thing I will point out with traditional, I've always, when I review journal articles, I always put down, when people put traditional, I say, what do you mean by traditional? What is traditional? Because traditional looks different in the eyes of many people, or situations, contexts, and so on. So you need to identify that and really outline that carefully. So, I mean, the whole idea between the reader and the writer of research is, I might look at your work and say, well, hey, this is good work, or it's interesting work, and I want to replicate it in my own situation, because I think we don't do enough replicative research. Like you write something, you do something, I should do it too. That's what we do in science. And I come from a science background. We do it. Nothing is of value until it's been replicated numerous times in science to see whether or not the impact is the same. Or if there are differences, why those differences exist. So it should be the same thing. So I might want to replicate this work and then continue with this research further, or maybe work with you on it. And so I need to know what that traditional looks like, so I can set up my research setting so that it is as much as possible the same as the writer, the original researcher's setting. I need to know that. So it's important to have that. But this is an experimental research. Okay, so yeah, so now we get into the analyses. So we're descriptive statistics, I've already mentioned, that's just describing the data. You have a bunch of data points. You have 235 participants, each with a score on, say, linguistics L2 proficiency. Those are meaningless to you. I mean, you can eyeball them and say, oh, some are high, low, but you really need to undertake descriptive statistics, come up with a mean and a standard deviation so that you have a better representation of what those data really mean. And so that's what you're looking at with descriptive statistics. And of course, you take the descriptive statistics and you report them, but in many cases, it's not the end of it. You're doing inferential statistics. That is, you're making inferences about things that you think are happening or related, impact one thing or another. And those are the inferential statistics that you're undertaking. So there's a number of different types of inferential statistics based on the questions you asked and based on the type of data that you have, and also on the normality of the distribution of the data. So when I say number one, for instance, comparing normally distributed scale data using matched groups. So in this case, you have paired samples. In other words, the samples are the same. That means they are, for instance, the same participants. You've given a pre-test and a post-test, so they're the same participants. And the data, both the data, pre-test and post-test data, have been identified as normally distributed. In SPSS, you can do a test of normality, which you have to do in order to determine the type of test you're going to use. So when I taught my quantitative methods course and my stats courses, I always had my students develop a flow chart with a series of yes or no questions. And so are the data would be one of them. Are the data normally distributed? Yes or no? And if they're yes, then you go in one direction. If it's no, you go in another direction. So that's a big part of why you must determine this ahead of time, because the tests are different. So in this case, does teaching reading comprehension through task-based language teaching have a significant effect on the Iranian intermediate ESP learners' reading comprehension? So what I can tell you in this case is that the data were normally distributed. So the researcher in this case had made that determination. And because the data were normally distributed, the individual was able to do a paired samples t-test. Okay, so again, that was all decided based on the initial analysis of the data and the way in which the research question was formulated. And here's another one. It's the same basic idea as the first question, but in this case, the data are not normally distributed or non-normally distributed. And again, the test of normality showed that, so you can't do the paired samples t-test here. You now must change the test and do a Wilcoxon signed rank test. So in this case, do students who take 100% of their degree through an English medium instruction experience linguistic gains over a 1-year period? So again, here's where you're going to do a pre-test on linguistic capability at the beginning of the study and at the end of the study, or more likely, you're going to do it 3 or 4 times, maybe every 3 months or every 6 months. So you might have more than 2 groups here, which means you would do a different test. But let's just say you're doing it first and second, that's the test you would use. It's very simple. Once you know how your data are, what the data are, whether they're distributed, you can go on to determine the test. Comparing categorical data using matched groups. So again, this is now categorical data, which means the data are normally distributed probably, but they're not in a measure which has a scale data. They're categorical data. So in other words, word finding difficulties. Is errorless learning more effective as a treatment of word finding difficulties for aphasia students than errorless versus errorful learning? Which means that the answer could be yes or no. That, you know, the aphasia patients could see in some cases that errorless is more effective or not more effective, depending on the patients. But now we have only a categorical variable, so we do the McNemar test. Now we have comparing normally distributed scale data with 2 independent groups. Before they were paired. In other words, the paired means the same participants. Now we have 2 different groups. So one group, what is the effect of audio input enhancement on the retention of intensifiers? That would mean that there would be more than one group. One would get audio input enhancement, another would not get it. It would get something else. I don't know what that would look like. Again, you know, whatever that is, it has to be outlined carefully in the paper. But in this case, you do the independent samples t-test rather than the paired samples t-test, as you see here. Okay, so number 5, I was just trying to think of something else. Oh yes. And this, of course, could be whatever the measure of audio input retention of intensifiers, whatever that would be your measure. Comparing normally distributed scale data using more than 2 independent groups. So now we may have, say, 3 or 4 or 5 different groups. Are body lexicons linguistically diverse? So that implies that there are more than 2 body lexicons that are being compared. And when you have more than 2 groups for a particular factor, in this case, body lexicons, then you would have to do an analysis of variance. In this case, a one-way ANOVA because you only have one factor. Determining relationships between normally distributed variables. Now, of course, we have a correlation. So here we're doing a Pearson product moment correlation. Is there any relationship between instrumental language orientation and language attitudes and the Indonesian, English and Indonesian language? Because the data have been seen as normally distributed, you're doing a Pearson product moment correlation. And if what we're not, then you would do the Spearman correlation, which I mentioned earlier. And there are so many other tests that are undertaken in statistical analyses. One-way repeated measures ANOVA, which means that you have a number of groups over a number of times, possibly time A, time B, time C. Then you're doing a repeated measure because you're measuring repeatedly over time. You have a chi-square. With a chi-square, you're looking at more than 2 matched groups, but it's categorical data. Linear regression, which is another way of determining relationships. But with linear regression, it's like Pearson product moment correlation coefficient. You're going to look at simple relationship, whether they exist in the direction of those relationships. But in regression, now you have some opportunity to do prediction. Does one predict the other? One variable predict another? So it's a more powerful way of doing relation. And there's factor analysis. And we do a lot of factor analysis when we're developing surveys. Again, it's a quantitative statistical analysis where you're looking at how well do the items coalesce under a particular factor. And so that's important work to do, especially when you're preparing a new measure to do a factor analysis. Again, I say decisions, it's intuitive. Well, you know what, I'm going to just put in, I'm going to create a survey, I'm going to find out, and I'm going to find out what happens after. And then I'm going to decide what I'm going to do, whether I'm going to look at relationships or I'm going to compare, contrast. You really have to make all these decisions before the research commences. And that's the hardest thing to do. In other words, a really good research plan for any statistical, and it's qualitative as well, I believe. All of that should be formulated ahead of time. You should decide, but in quantitative research, decide, okay, what am I doing in terms of my analyses? What type of analysis am I doing? What tests am I going to undertake ahead of time? No one really knows that if you don't do it, although it can be seen in some of the research that hasn't taken place before. But in most cases, it can be hidden, but it really does not bode well for you if you haven't planned ahead of time for the research. I think, again, research preparation and planning is so important in any research we do. I use SPSS. There are certainly other types of statistical software packages, SAS being one, MATLAB, and so on, but I use SPSS. I can get it readily available through the university for $50 a year, which is just terrific for me. And I do all my analyses there. I have version 28, which is the most recent version. It's been out for about 16 months, so probably 29 will be coming out in 2023, but versions don't really change all that much. So 28, even 25 or 26, if you have those, are still absolutely fine. I would even say lower than in the lower 20s, you would be able to do it too. So, but now I talk, coming back to what I began with, my students come in and I've just thrown at you in 25, 30 minutes, all this stuff on statistics. I go through this in an entire course. I work with my students and we read papers every week, but papers that undertake statistical analyses in education. And I say, we're going to tear this apart. We're going to look at why they did the research they did, whether it was the right analyses, but and they build an understanding of their knowledge of quantitative research and statistical analyses based on their analysis of papers, good papers and not so good papers, because not so good papers, and you can find them, there are a number of them out there, lots of them out there, they can take it apart and they can really see, and it's amazing what happens there. So that's one thing. They get more comfortable with the tests and with the stats and using SPSS. But another big chunk of that is now you have the SPSS data that come out. It doesn't tell you anything other than the numbers. You have to interpret SPSS, and that's an important process that takes people a while to undertake. But with practice, you can become adept at that. And I hope that you consider using quantitative research if you haven't in the future. So that's my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Joseph, for your for me, actually, it's an enlightening and thought-provoking talk. It's rich with full of information about statistics. And, you know, most of our students actually, they say, I'm not for statistics. I cannot work with numbers, and I'm not a person. Please keep me away from doing
Yes.
and research. Yeah, you know, they come from the beginning. They have it in their mind that they can do it. Actually, what do you recommend for us as a supervisor to deal with such students who have, they have in mind that to go with a certain type of research, even at the topic, and it's much work to be done with a statistical analysis?
So what I've done, and that's a great question, Masafa, what I've done is, let's say my own work. My graduate students would sometimes come in with an idea for research that in an area that I wasn't very familiar with. And so I would search out other faculty members who would be more of an expert in that area. And I would bring them on as committee members, but I would also ask them to meet with the student once in a while to really be an advocate for that type, figure out, you know, what it is that I need to know better, or you can help them as well in that. And the same thing with statistics. Say, for instance, I'm good at doing case study research, somewhat in ethnography, but say, you know, phenomenological research. I'm not really attuned to that as well as I should be. I know it's important. So I would look at somebody who's very knowledgeable about phenomenological research to be on the committee so that person can inform. So in this case, if you're not a quantitative expert or feeling comfortable with quantitative research for your graduate students, or even for yourself, you're going to need to find somebody maybe who can advise, who is comfortable with statistical research.
Okay, thank you very much.